In a rapidly changing world, we all aspire to feel safe and secure. Yet for countless people around the world, this is not a reality. Conflict, poverty, climate change, discrimination, inequality, and injustice threaten all dimensions of human security. Indeed, our sense of insecurity seems to be increasing. Today's threats cannot be solved by traditional education. We need education that focuses on preparing youth with the values and knowledge needed to understand the rapidly changing world they live in and the actions they can take both for themselves and for society to overcome threats and enhance well-being. But there is hope. Education that focuses on human security is a powerful tool that can transform communities and build a brighter future for generations to come. It empowers individuals, strengthens communities, and promotes peace and stability. It enhances freedom from fear, want, and indignity. At its core, education for human security is about creating a better future for all and leaving no one behind.
Good morning, good afternoon. On this International Women's Day, we welcome everyone to Day 2 of the Education for Human Security Conference. The video recording of yesterday's proceedings are available on the WAS website. And just like yesterday, we will have 2 streams of parallel sessions, A and B. The links are available in the agenda as well as in the Zoom chat. And at the start of today's session, we have Gary Jacobs with us, who would like to address us.
Thank you, Janani. And I'm going to say good morning, but it's not morning for most of you, I think, now. We're spanning 12 and a half time zones right now. Janani's in India and I'm in Denver, Colorado. The sun hasn't risen yet. But for this important session and many good friends, I couldn't resist getting up a little early to greet you and welcome you and thank you for participating in this important panel that BSUN has organized and to cover this very important region on issues of great significance, importance to human security. We got off to a very good start yesterday with, I guess it was about 9 sessions of the conference already. This conference is part of the global campaign for human security, and we're very happy to have you as partners in participating in this. And I particularly like to thank Eden Mahmoud, Nicholas Theodosio, and Ivan Simonovich for participating and helping us, joining us and bringing your close associates and colleagues from the region to make a statement during this conference. And Alberto, thank you for all that you're doing you've been busy from the first moment yesterday and continue to do that. So I'm not going to take any more time. I'm looking forward to the session. And I did want to mention that after the conference is over, we will be having a book publication, and we would welcome your contributions so that we can capture the essential insights from this meeting and put it and bring it forward into our further work as part of the Human Security Campaign on Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Jacobs, and thank you for all the efforts that the World Academy of Art and Science is doing in promoting this very important framework, actually, for reconsidering, let's say, human security from much broader perspective and much more articulated to what can be done. And from that perspective, the efforts that have been done in the last period, the global partnerships that you are developing with the United Nations, with the, let's say, large organizations with a huge impact. These have to be a very important attempt, let's say, in that sense. So we could say that our session, unfortunately, from all this picture of the very nice conference, probably this is the most difficult session. Because why we say that? I mean, it is, let's say, a very nice way to define concepts, to use a scientific approach to define different type of needs, and then to define processes and so on. But everything is jeopardized at the moment when we have, let's say, a conflict, and we have, let's say, a national disaster, a natural disaster, a cataclysm. So all these aspects are becoming suddenly in a complete different frame. So from that perspective, we would like to thank for accepting our proposal to address this very important challenge in this very important day, which is the International Women's Day. And I would like to thank to all ladies. Actually, Yanani is in the background, but also Olena is here with us for participating in the development of this concept. Let us say welcome also to President Deneken. Bonjour from Strasbourg. So it has been a very, very special discussion that we had in Strasbourg at the Council of the Parliament, the European Parliament building, discussing about the schisma within the religious history together. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you for the very special speakers that accepted to join us and share, let's say, the views in this. And because it is a very special day, allow me to make the first, let's say, adjustment to our program, and to kindly ask Olena to start speaking as ladies first, because it's a very difficult attempt. But in any case, we would like also to draw the attention to the very important aspect that is happening in this time zone of Southeast Europe. So Dr. Olena Zukova, she's a naval architect. She developed a very important career in the field of engineering, and she is now working with a very important group that is the Damen Group. And besides of all these activities, she is doing a fantastic work in the service of the community. So Olena, please start this session with your view of what is happening now in Ukraine.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Many thanks to Professor Mahmoud for inviting me to this event. It is a special day. It has different context now, whether it is Women's Day or Women's Rights Day. There is a lot of discussion, but what is nice that there is attention to this topic. But today, of course, my primary topic is Ukraine. I am a Ukrainian, and I want to share with you my presentation and a video about how war impacted our lives, our community, which appreciates education, development, innovation, and life in general, but we are under special circumstances. I'm speaking on behalf of Ukrainian Maritime Cluster, but on the example of our engineering company, which is a member of Damen Group. And my message to all of you is that together we are stronger. So our company, MDM, was founded by Damen about 15 years ago. We have completed more than 400 successful engineering projects. We have more than 200 skilled employees. We occupied more than 3,000 square meters of office, modern office facilities. We have developed 7 competence centers, and we were in 2 locations in Ukraine. But there was also a lot of activities of our company in social life and public life of our community. And MDM is one of the founders of Ukrainian Maritime Cluster. We have developed training center for National University of Shipbuilding in Mykolaiv. We practice dual education and invite students as employees, and about 10% of our employees have undergone such a program. We have sport teams, corporate events, and a couple of words about myself. I'm the founder and the director of MDM of this company from the beginning till now. I'm associate professor in National University of Shipbuilding on the Maritime Economy Department, and I'm executive director of Ukrainian Maritime Cluster. So, what happened? The war has started more than a year ago now, and it divided our lives into before and after the Russian full-scale invasion. I am in Mykolaiv right now, and I have spent here most of the time during the war, although I was traveling abroad. So we know the life in our city quite well. Ukrainian cities have been ruthlessly bombarded, and Mykolaiv as well was under 5 or 9 months. And this is our governor's office, and this attack has taken also lives, not only the building. Ruined buildings, hundreds of them, but damaged in Mykolaiv, private houses, offices, universities. Our National University of Shipbuilding have been under attack 2 times. The employees and our colleagues have lost their housing, and MDM office, our engineering office, was damaged too. We have had an office in Kherson, but after Kherson occupation, we had to close our office, and people had to be evacuated under extreme circumstances. Some of them had to go via aggressor state when the borders from Ukrainian side were not possible to cross. So we have 5 employees serving in the Ukrainian army, and unfortunately 1 employee has perished in the first months of the war. How the life in Ukraine is right now? In the whole Ukraine, about half of energy infrastructure is destroyed for now. Blackouts and power cuts have been very spread. Now it is a better situation, but we never know what next aggression step would be. There was dark and cold at homes and offices. During winter, we are lucky that winter was a bit mild. And in Mykolaiv, on top of the whole Ukraine, there was water supply problems. The pipeline was exploded in the beginning of the war, and Mykolaiv still doesn't have drinking water from tap. It is technical water, salty water from the mix of sea and river. More than 100 of MDM employees, and as well as employees of the university and other organizations, have been evacuated. Half of the city left their homes. And now, as about MDM employees, they're working in 4 locations in Mykolaiv, in Uzhhorod, in Poland, and Romania. And we are very thankful to to Romania and to Poland countries, and Damen is an organization who hosted half of our employees outside territory of Ukraine. But men, of course, couldn't leave, and in Uzhhorod and those who live in Mykolaiv, we are still here. So we had to evacuate about more than 500 employees with their families. That was quite a work, and now they live far from homes. Of course, life is not so bad because we have work, we have care, we have where to be, we have facilities. But we need a victory as soon as possible. And all these words would not be much if we don't show you a video, because video says more than 1,000 of words. Video is built as an interview, and it is not from mass media. It is our own employees have been interviewed in this video. So this is the same facts as I have told you, but a little more visual. So I hope you see the screen, and now I will launch the video. I hope you will hear the sound. It's okay, sound?
Yes, Olena, thank you. Yeah.
ракеты одна за одной.
– 24 лютого 2022 року назавжди поділило життя українців на до і після повномасштабного вторгнення військ Російської Федерації. З першого дня російської агресії окупанти нещадно обстрілюють ракетами українські міста. Миколаїв загарбники накривали вогнем 9 місяців. У місті понівечено сотні будинків.
Взрывная волна была такой силы, что людей отбрасывала. И мы остались без жилья, к сожалению. Напротив нас квартиры стоят, там нету 3, 4, 5 этажей, а 1 и 2, значит, как это можно сказать, просто ни потолков, ни стен, ни пола, ничего.
Первый взрыв 17 августа, 19 августа, опять повторно. В 4 утра у нас в доме вылетели все окна. Крыша полностью отсутствовала. В общем, все покрытие улетело в воздух. Мой муж, слава богу, остался жив-здоров, но у него было такое внутреннее состояние. Вот он не мог прийти в себя.
Ракети окупантів пошкодили десятки навчальних закладів, крамниць та офісних приміщень. Постраждав і офіс компанії.
В районе половины 1 ночи я услышал прилеты. В то время у нас почти каждую ночь прилетали ракеты. Северная и западная сторона здания полностью выбиты были окна. И весь двор внутри был засыпан стеклами. На 2 и на 3 этаже было разрушено практически все.
Російські окупанти навесні минулого року навмисно підірвали водогін. Відтоді майже 500 000 міста залишилося без очищеної питної води. І дотепер миколаївці з баклажками носять воду зі свердловин, очищену воду розвозить електротранспорт.
А тут усе місто змушено було займатися водним менеджментом. Технічна вода, питна вода.
Зараз російські війська щодня обстрілюють ракетами сусідні з Миколаєвом місто Херсон. 11 листопада 2022 року українські захисники звільнили його від загарбників. До цього херсонці від перших днів повномасштабної війни майже 9 місяців жили в окупації.
Майже одразу війська зайшли до Херсону. У тебе не було зовсім у окупації ніяких прав. Постійно забирали людей на перевірки з будь-якого приводу. Наприклад, до мого брата прийшли додому 9 людей з автоматами. Погрожувала автоматом його 12-річному сину. Ось забрали і 5 діб тримали його у підвалі без їжі, без води. Його на допити постійно тягали. І потім, слава Богу, відпустили. Але це не єдина історія, і декого не відпустили і досі.
17 працівників херсонського офісу компанії були змушені евакуюватися з міста, як і багато українців, які рятували життя своїх дітей та близьких, тому покинули рідні домівки. Та взимку росіяни розпочали енергетичний терор. Окупанти обстрілюють ракетами об'єкти критичної інфраструктури. Люди практично виживають без світла і тепла.
Вони не вдома, вони орендують квартири, вони живуть у маленьких кімнатах. Діти навчаються удалено в школі, і коли немає світла, це дуже драматично, коли майбутнє нашої країни не може долучитися до знань.
Багато співробітників компанії знайшли свій тимчасовий дім в Польщі та Румунії. Саме тут працює Асоціація допомоги українцям, яка їх підтримує і планує ще більше важливих заходів.
Було дуже гарна нагода побачити, як 100 українців з діточками збираються, як вони співають українські пісні, як вони танцюють. Всі свої надії на мир вони відобразили в своїх танцях і піснях.
МДЕМ завжди підтримує своїх співробітників і надає всю необхідну гуманітарну допомогу – ліки, продуктові набори, засоби гігієни, необхідні речі для дітей. Найвищу ціну, яку платить український народ у цій війні, це людське життя, життя захисників, які боронять Україну. 5 працівників компанії МДЕМ зараз на фронті. Один з них тільки не одружився 23 лютого напередодні російського вторгнення. На жаль, один із співробітників компанії загинув. Як і мільйони українців, працівники МДЕМ мають єдину мрію.
Ми все чекаємо миру, чекаємо, щоб усі наші військові повернулись додому, і, зокрема, наші співробітники, яких ми особисто знаємо, за яких ми особисто переживаємо.
Якщо є мир, то всього іншого можна досягти. Тільки з перемогою, бо без перемоги це не мир.
Мы должны победить и должны прийти к той нормальной жизни, в которой живет все человечество. И победа у нас однозначно будет.
Мы должны не просто работать, а мы должны отдавать себя полностью работе, и чтобы выковать нашу победу. Чем раньше, тем лучше.
Я мрію, щоб світова спільнота ще принципіальніше виступила проти цієї війни, надала зброю, підтримала і допомогла Україні перемогти щонайшвидше. А час – це життя. І ми хочемо, щоб наше життя, життя наших рідних, життя всіх українців було збережено.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olena. It has been a very nice, how can I say, synthesis of a reality that is, how can I say, expressed from the points of view of the people and the way in which they are feeling this, this reality. So the way in which we have conceived this session is just to put several perspectives, and in the second part to have some discussions around these perspectives. So this is one perspective that we would like to take into consideration in our discussion later on. So if there are questions, comments, and so on, please keep them for the second part, because now we would like to invite, and we shall move to another geography, to Professor Naji Inji. He is a very well-known scientist. He had a brilliant career in the field of physics, having, let's say, professorship on different other, let's say, meridians and so on. Came back to Turkey and contributed to the School of Physics at the University of Bosphorus, or Boğaziçi, how is called a very traditional, let's say, higher education institution that started from Roberts College some century ago. Actually, they have also a very nice celebration very soon. And today, Professor Naji Inji, he is the rector of this university. The Bosphorus University, the Boğaziçi University, of course, it was a sort of setting the most important part of the society in Turkey, the intellectuals, the statesmen, the people from the, let's say, decision positions, they have been passing through this very important school of Turkish education and Turkish culture, we could say it like that. So now living in a very complicated geography with open conflicts all around the borders, and also having these unfortunate cataclysms and natural disasters, in Turkey there is already, we could say, a sort of preparedness for educating people around this. So Professor Inji, Rector Inji, please be so kind and introduce your perspective to how the education has to be conceived in this very, very special context of conflicts. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Eden, for this nice introduction and good words. So I hope I deserve all these nice things. As you said, my university is 160 years old. It was founded in 1863 in Istanbul. It was the first American university outside the borders of United States. It was founded as Robert College. So this lasted until 1971. And the name was Robert College, and it had, a high school, and also it had the college part, the university part. And then in 1971, I think the board of trustees, they decided that it was not sustainable, to continue with both high school and the college. And they came to a decision that they should keep the high school, which is still Robert College, and it exists, it's a neighbor, it's very close to us. So that name, Robert College, continues as high school, and it is very famous also in Turkey. The university part, the college part, was transferred to the Turkish government in 1971. And then before 1971, we had all these presidents and the faculty members. They were coming from the United States, and all the presidents were Americans. After 1971, so then the Turkish government, it became the state school, of course. The funding was coming from, still it is coming from the states, Turkey. And the presidents are appointed by the government, by the president. And the majority of the faculty members are Turkish. We have although like more than 100 faculty members, foreigners from various countries, from Europe, from United States, from other parts of the world. So just to give you a little perspective about the quality of the university, it is a research university. It's one of the top universities in the country. Like, for example, around 3 million candidates, they take the national exams, national university national exams. So among these 3 million students, so when you look at within the first 100, the top 100, so 68 students, so prefer to come to Boğaziçi University. When you look at the first 1,000, the top 1,000, so it was 773, almost 800. So, and the rest, this 200 within 1,000, they prefer to go to the medical school. We don't have medical school. If we had a medical school, so you get one, within 1,000, you get everyone. So it's a dream of, every students or a faculty to really to have a position, to be students, to get education in this nice environment and nice university. So after this brief introduction, so I just would like to say a couple of words about what I think about the education for human security. Actually, in the end of my talk, I will just summarize with a couple of words. I mean, what is the magic behind? I mean, what should be done? I will say that, but before I say those couple of words that I really deep down in my heart I believe, I just want to give just a wider perspective what I think about education for the human security. So I prepared a couple of lines, so let me just say a couple of things on them. So first of all, when you look at the role of education in supporting human security is, first of all, a multifaceted issue. So as you know that there is no single response to this, although some problems are perceived to be global, there are others which are local or regional. So when the human security is concerned, which is the first priority issue for everybody, we initially think of conflict and terror attacks, this especially in the light of the recent Russia-Ukraine war. However, we can extend the risks to include, financial crisis, natural disasters, disease, artificial intelligence guided terror and biological attacks, climate hazards, carbonization, and food security. So this list can therefore be extensive. The devastating earthquake in Turkey has shown us that natural disasters can destroy cities and easily kill hundreds of thousands of people within minutes. People can be trapped under ruins, as we saw on TV screens, suffering from unimaginable pain and helplessly dying. There was a degree of paralysis for the first critical day after the tremor struck due to the unimaginable scale of the disaster. In Turkey, after this recent earthquake, 11 cities were totally destroyed and hundreds of thousands shows reverberated, heightening the continued fear and anxiety. Roads were blocked, runways unusable, logistics personnel and their families were themselves affected. Shock had become trauma. That might be the worst part of this, disaster. So critical to the prevention and management of such disasters is highly quality education, of course. Only education in its widest sense can deal with the issues of inadequate compliance, poor construction, and unethical behaviors that we have witnessed recently in Turkey. Education cannot therefore simply be considered as the transfer of knowledge from one agent to another. For example, from a lecturer or teacher to students, or from a speaker to their audience, or from a web page or internet forum to its followers. If human security is a priority, then education must have a far more profound and ambitious mission. And whilst online resources have their place, face-to-face interaction is essential, since we need credible role models. That is what I wanted to say, We need credible role models to disseminate guidance and mentoring, which is not just technical, but values-based in purpose. Because when you don't have values, these values can be religious values, society values, the values. Because without these values, you don't have awareness. Once you don't have awareness, then those who are engineers can construct poor structures. They can steal from iron, they can steal from cement, So they don't care about the end, because we have the lack of the awareness. And this awareness can be only given to those, who are getting this education through good role models, and it should be face-to-face. And I think that should be the main priority of the education. Because, knowledge is everywhere. You can get knowledge. Knowing something is not, being aware of something. So I believe that this recent disaster, even the Russia-Ukraine war and all these natural and all artificial disaster, whatever you say, so are due to the lack of the awareness, because if you are aware of something, you think about it deep down, and then you take the precautions, and then you calculate the ends, what is we are going to suffer in the end, or what we are going to get in the end. So recent pandemic showed us, yes, it is available. So you can get everything online from internet, but that's just, getting knowledge. But though knowledge, unfortunately, it doesn't solve these problems. So the awareness should be really possessed
Thank
through
you.
these role models and with the face-to-face education. That's what I believe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this perspective, a very important aspect that in any kind, when we are talking about education, we have to start from the values, from focusing on building values. And this is a very nice perspective. Thank you very much, Professor Ingi. So now because we have quite a limited time, I would kindly ask also the speakers to try to help this discussion by concentrating a little bit, let's say, the points that they would like to address. So we would like to keep at least 20 minutes at the end for some open discussion and for some possible types of joint proposals. So now we would like to change the perspective. We shall move to an expert in policies in education, an expert in education science, Professor Romiț Iucu. He is the Vice Rector of the University of Bucharest, the flagship university in higher education in Romania. And at the same time, he is a very well-known expert in the area of, let's say, policies, regulatory frameworks, and aspects related to establishing the pathways for higher education in Romania. So, Professor Iucu, try to condensate and pinpoint on some aspects that we have to take it into consideration from the perspective of policies.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahmut. I'm very honored to join this extraordinary event. And of course, I have the privilege, if you agree, just to share with you a very concentrated presentation. It's a little bit larger with the number of slides, but I could share with you after this presentation. I will be pointed out some important slides which are relevant for the topic in this moment treated as a priority for us. And I am going to talk related to the possibility of treating new building resilience through education in the European University Alliances. That's a new topic, a very important one, and I just wanted to underline how this topic in this moment are part of the context, which is appreciated very much, deeper analyzed from the European perspective, from the European Union. And this is not only a consequence which has been presented or derived from the transnational cooperation, which is crucial in this moment from this perspective. And starting with all the topics presented and expressly attributed by the European Commission and other contexts, we rely very much, and you will see a little bit later, that one idea which is in this moment important, according to the COVID-19, the new challenges which are just creating from the very perspective, and this slide you will see here, and the second bullet point, a survey showed that the members of the first European alliances, the first wave, first 17, now there are all in all 44 alliances, perceive that being in an alliance helped them to navigate the crisis and is likely to allow them to recover faster by pulling their resources and strengths together. That's an important path for the new idea, which are also linked with internationalization, with cooperation to solve global challenges, promotion of fundamental values, and of course, tackling with foreign interferences in this moment. And we know how so difficult it is to deal with this segment. From the perspective of resilience, we are going to treat in a way. I will present to you this is perhaps a picture which is very inspirational from the European universities modality to treat a different perspective, like promoting European democratic values, deeper transnational cooperation among European universities. We are really very much in favor of structuring and promoting this kind of example, transnational projects for democratic values, skills. Another interesting one, SDGs. As you know, we are very much committed on this context. Also, the new instrument for the new diplomacy, soft diplomacy, education is an important matter. And what's happening here, what Gary and the wonderful team are just helping, and also Eden, you are doing a great job, is to put education in the middle of process of creating a real diplomacy, from soft diplomacy to a real diplomacy through education. And higher education institutions are fully committed to try to go further in this initiative. Of course, that's the sense. I wanted just to show to you one aspect which has been treated as an important echoing issue. It's the awareness to be in the very moment. This one, it's to be how to say competitive for this environment, which is globally treated. And you will see in the presentation, because I'm just sending you around at the end. This is an analysis, very interesting one, related to the number of students, the attractiveness of our universities, and the way of fitting together for going on in different areas like Africa, Asia, and other neighboring countries like Ukraine in this moment, and also China and the others, for increasing and how to say, going on with a soft diplomatical perspective, which is linked to the education. Also, Western Balkans and the neighboring countries are so important for the policies promoted by the European alliances, but because in this moment, countries like Serbia are member in the European alliances, are participating with the rights to do it in a very nice perspective, with target which are just touching China and the other countries for becoming in a very competitive environment at the level of the European global gateway, if you like, because this process has been approved as a strategy for international cooperation developed and important put on the bridge. This is the Europe's global gateway, an important reaction and counter-reaction for developing and structuring ambition to ramp Europe's universities with the coordinated support for the next further developments. I'm just giving some perspective on the geostrategical perspective and soft diplomacy's orientation in this moment amongst stakeholders and the science, diplomacy, global networks. And here you will see a presentation. I have made a very interesting, more or less research work, but you will see when the presentation will be in your hands and you will deal with a presentation of all aspects which are dealing with the resilience and soft diplomacy for the European universities, giving you examples from different alliances. Utopia, Civis Alliance as well, Neurotech EU, Charm EU, Cycle EU. That's the name of the European alliances, deeply engaged in different topics which are linked with UNIC, EU Connexus, UFE, UNITA, and all they have been very much involved. You will see all the presentations. I'm going to stop only one sentence. According to the resilience to the Ukrainian case, and I'm very grateful to Olena for the presentation, the 41 and 2, all the 41 alliances, they have put together a lot of efforts to create not only a statement, but in the same kind of bridge between us and the Ukrainian universities invited to join deeper in the 4U1 and 4U2 case. I'm very grateful to you for attention. I'm stopping here in Eden. I'm very, how to say, aware about the constraints of the time, but I'm sure that the presentation entirely will be dedicated finally to the objectives and the purpose of this Warsaw. Thank you so much for
Not,
inviting me.
thank you very much. Not only the presentation, but don't forget about the paper that has to be prepared for the publication afterwards. So once again, thank you very much. A very important perspective, introducing this, let's say, approach of European university alliances and resilience as a core value, let's call it like that, within this. And now I would like to invite Michel Deneken, President Deneken. Michel Deneken, he's coming as the president of the University of Strasbourg, a university with several Nobel laureates that are now, let's say, defining the values and the knowledge advancement in science worldwide. But Professor Deneken, he's a theologist and actually a person who had a very important, let's say, research activities during his PhD in the, let's say, evaluation and study of the great schismas. So a sort of a very nice discussion. Unfortunately, it was too short the time that we had together, but this is now the possibility now to introduce from your perspective as a theologist, as a, let's say, Catholic practitioner following a very important perspective also in this field. What do you think that has to be a fundamental new leapfrog in changing the way in which we are educating and we educate ourselves for this, let's say, overcoming of the conflicts? Thank you. The microphone, please. No, we cannot hear you, unfortunately.
And now?
Yes, now, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I must say that it was very impressive at the beginning to have the witness of our Ukrainian colleague, and this is the good way to introduce our panel. Strasbourg is, you know, the seat of the European Parliament. It's not Brussels, it's Strasbourg, the Parliament. And I must say, our university is the result of the European hatreds, conflicts, but also capacity of resilience and reconciliation. If the seat of the Parliament of Europe is in Strasbourg, that means that as 1945, both countries on the left, on the right side of the Rhine were able to build bridges and not to destroy them, this reconciliation was the sign that Europe is possible. Because my university roots on Lutheran and Catholic roots, but also on Jewish tradition, Greek and Latin tradition. We have also had a very great openness at the beginning of the 20th century, as we were German, with Eastern Europe. We had, for instance, a Greek Orthodox and a Romanian college in our university. You know, that is also important. You know, Strasbourg, we were 40 years German, and during this German period, we became one of the greatest universities in Europe, because the Kaiser, German Kaiser, wanted Strasbourg to be a great place of research and teaching and learning. So our heritage today is also this German-French tradition, this tradition between two religions, between also Jewish culture and Christian culture. And today we try to to make these values alive in our teaching, learning, research, but also being a European university open to everybody. And I give you 3 examples. As this terrible war 1 year ago burst out between Ukraine and Russia, the first students we helped were not Ukrainian, but Russian, because they had their financial means cut off by the decisions of punishing Russia. And we had a meeting with the Russian and the Ukrainian and the Belarus students. We told them, your identity card is not relevant. What is important is your student card, and you have all the same student card. And I must say, one of the important commitments of my presidency is that on this campus, European values have to show that research, teaching and learning together, also in opening Erasmus, we must be able that on our campus, enemies in their own countries can be, I must not say friends, but collaborators. The second example is Strasbourg is committed with Azerbaijan as the president of the French Republic 10 years ago wanted that French universities invest the research in Azerbaijan. And we said, okay, we have built a cooperation between Baku Oil and Gas University and Strasbourg. It's called UFAS, French Azerbaijan University. And this is also important for us not to forget that Europe is not the political Europe only, but also a cultural Europe. And it's also important that young people of Azerbaijan discover the research and the values of Western universities. And it's a very amazing adventure. We began with bachelor, we continued with master, and now we open PhD schools with Baku. And this is also a way to discover other people's, other cultures. And as a theologian, I find very interesting that how the Islamic tradition is politically run by the governments. That means that the Islamic tradition in Europe is not only a tradition of Islamism, as we know the caricature in France. The other point, the last point I will say is that we are university from the Upper Rhine. That means we have a political legal structure called European Campus with Basel in Switzerland, Freiburg, Karlsruhe in Germany, Mulhouse in France. Our purpose is to make these values of European humanism, of the Upper Rhine humanism from the 16th century, to make it very actual and very real in 3 ways. The first is the knowledge of foreign languages, multilingualism. Secondly, the multiculturalism in Europe. Europe is not only Brussels English speaking, but it's a puzzle of wonderful cultures. And we must know that people in Europe want their cultures to be respected and accepted, not to be washed off in a great English, globish English culture. And
or to be diluted.
Yes, diluted. And the third commitment for us is that it is also for France, a university like Strasbourg has to be a trigger to open our country to other cultures, the borders of the east side of France, but also the east side of Europe. And we will continue to be very committed with countries from Eastern Europe. And in the alliance we are Epicure, we have Polish, Austrian, Greek, and Holland universities, Amsterdam. And this is also important for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for this amazing perspective. Where, of course, the most important aspect is to bring together the opposite points, to let them know that their you'd say future is only together, and continuing in some sense the value of the European universities as a space for free debate, as a space for expressing interest, but at the same time a place for respecting, let's say, the positions of the others. So thank you very much, President, and again, thank you for what you are doing also with this Epicure Alliance, that is, of course, one of the, let's say, marking the pathways for the future. Thank you for all. Now, we heard a lot about all these risks and aspects like that. So we are moving to a structural engineer by formation, by research, with a brilliant career in the American universities. Professor Armen Derkurigian, he developed his own career as an expert in risk assessment, evaluation of different type of structural response to different types of risks. And of course, on the other side, he has also a second, let's say, area contributing to the establishment and the development of the American University in Armenia, a fantastic attempt that in some sense has a very important perspective, one of them being also to contribute to, let's say, knowledge promotion and education, as it was also mentioned by Professor Naji Inji, based on values. So, Armen, please, sorry for putting you that late, but it was also a good opportunity to listen very, very important speakers before. Thank you.
Thank you, then thank you for the invitation. It is my pleasure to participate in this distinguished panel. Before addressing the main topic, and I will be 5-7 minutes, no more. So before addressing the main topic, I would like to make some remarks about the recent tragic earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, and what universities can do to protect human security from such natural disasters. With sympathy for the thousands of victims in Turkey and Syria, I would like to recall that the American University of Armenia came about as a result of a similar tragic event, that is the Spitak earthquake of December 7, 1988 in northern Armenia, that killed more than 25,000 people and made hundreds of thousands homeless. In response to that tragic event, we resolved to set up an American-style educational system that would bring knowledge and expertise in earthquake engineering, but also a culture of critical thinking rooted in transparency, integrity, and evidence-based decision-making. Through the efforts of the university's faculty and researchers, seismic design codes in Armenia were improved, and modern methods of earthquake-resistant construction, particularly the base isolation technology, were introduced. This technology will essentially isolate the building from the destructive effects of earthquake ground motions, was made possible through the efforts of local engineers through training and experimentation at the university. Today, Armenia ranks second to Japan in the per capita number of base isolated buildings, partly because the population is small in Armenia. In spite of this advance, sadly, many Soviet-era buildings in Armenia remain vulnerable to earthquakes. Our efforts in this area must continue, and hopefully, through collaboration and exchange of expertise among academics. We will improve human security from earthquakes across the region. Now, turning to the main topic of human security from regional conflicts, I note that we are currently witnessing two major conflicts in our region. One is Russia's efforts to deny Ukraine the right to freely choose a path for the future of its people. And second is Azerbaijan's efforts to ethnically cleanse Nagorno-Karabakh of its indigenous Armenian population while blatantly making irredentist claims against Armenia proper. While we fully sympathize with the plight of the Ukrainian people and support their basic rights, we must similarly recognize the rights of the Armenian inhabitants of Nagorno-Karabakh to live and thrive on their ancestral lands. Since December 12, 2022, that's about 3 months ago, Azerbaijani so-called eco-ant activists sponsored by the government in Baku have blocked the Lachin corridor, which is the only lifeline connecting Nagorno-Karabakh with Armenia and the outside world. This has resulted in severe shortages of food, medicine, fuel, and other essential necessities, causing physical and psychological distress and putting the lives of 120,000 inhabitants at risk. Schools have had to close, depriving 30,000 children of their right to education. At the American University of Armenia, there are many students from Nagorno-Karabakh. They've been unable to visit their homes and are worried about the well-being of their families and are experiencing trauma and distress. This naturally affecting their education. Likewise, there are many students in Nagorno-Karabakh who are interested in applying for admission to our university. They've been unable to travel to Yerevan to take the necessary admission tests. 2 months ago, President Aliyev of Azerbaijan declared that, and I quote, "The Lachin corridor is open for any Armenian who wishes to leave Nagorno-Karabakh," a declaration that openly attests to his intention to cleanse the Armenians from their ancestral home. In addition to these threats, the Baku regime has been falsifying and obliterating Armenian heritage sites, calling them Caucasian Albanian, and erasing ancient Armenian biblical scripts adorning the walls of monasteries and other monuments. My own ancestral history goes back to the city of Julfa on the shore of Aras River in Nakhichevan. In 2005, Azerbaijani soldiers destroyed more than 2,000 intricately carved cross stones in the cemetery of Julfa, a UNESCO heritage site. They were broken into pieces and dumped in the Aras River.
So, Professor Guregyan,
yes,
yeah, if you can summarize, yeah.
Yes, I'm close. Hundreds of Armenian ancient churches and monuments were destroyed in Nakhichevan, so that today there is no record of Armenians ever having lived in that area. These actions were criticized by the renowned Azeri writer and Nobel Prize nominee Akram Aylisli. Unfortunately, he has been severely punished for speaking up. Just a few points on what our roles as educators in addressing these kinds of regional conflicts and enhancing security. First, as educators and academics, first and foremost, we must concern ourselves with making quality education accessible to future generations across the region, regardless of ethnicity, nationality, and socioeconomic status. Second, as educators, we have a special obligation to instill in our students universal values, respect for the history and culture of all nations, and respect for human life. We must also adhere to a standard protocol of goodness and civility. I hope we can each do that within our universities through open debates and freedom of thought. Third, as educators, we have the privilege of academic freedom And with it comes the responsibility to lead by example. We must denounce the falsification of history for political purposes, erasure of cultural heritage, and violations of human rights. Fourth, as educators, we recognize the importance of funding for academic research and discovery. However, we must be diligent in making sure that those funding sources will not in any shape or form compel us to compromise our professional integrity and undermine the credibility of our universities. Finally, as educators, we can assume an important role in easing regional conflicts by not yielding to emotions, political posturing, militaristic rhetoric, and aggressive pronouncements that ferment hatred. Instead, we must strictly rely on evidence-based scholarship and formulate ideas that bring about understanding among peoples, helping them to bridge their cultural and historical differences. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Derkguregyan. You notice that in this panel, we invited also Professor Adalet Muradov, Director of the National University of Economics. Unfortunately, in Azerbaijan, the International Women's Day is a free day, and there were different other activities that have been organized. So for that reason, he couldn't join. Of course, we really appreciate your point. We would like also to offer the others a possibility to present also their point of view, and in a way to find out a possibility for going beyond, because at the end, all of us, we are here. We shall not move from here. We have to learn how to live together for the benefit of the entire region. So with this, I would like to move now towards Greece and Professor Nikolaos Theodosiou. Professor Theodosiou, he is also a civil engineer by formation, focusing particularly on the construction and hydrotechnical aspects. And then, of course, he was involved in many other activities related to the sustainable development, water management aspects. He is coordinating different types of projects, and he is involved also in activities at the level of United Nations and so on. But here we invited him as the chair of the Black Sea chapter of the Sustainable Development Solution Network. It's a large organization. We offer you 2 minutes to address your point of view, because then we would like really to stick with the time window that was offered to us generously by the World Academy of Art and Science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eden. You already used 2 minutes to introduce me, so I will just salute you. Now, thank you very much. I will try to be very brief today. It's really a very important issue. Human security it's a prerequisite for everything, for our future, for development, for freedom, for prosperity, for everything. So we need to see into this issue with a great attention. But if we take a step back and try to see what are the risks. I mean, we discussed a lot about the risks of human security. Of course, it's very difficult to talk about anything else when we have the war in Ukraine in progress. And it's very difficult to talk about anything else about on human security. But let's not forget that human security is also related to hunger. It's also related to health. It's also related to human resources like water or the clean environment. Climate change is a threat to human security. Everything is a threat to human security. If we can gather all these, we see sustainable development goals. So what I would like to bring into this table, this virtual that was asked for us to present. We know this saying by Albert Einstein that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So we need to have a new perspective, and this new perspective could come through a new analysis, a new approach, or based on these Sustainable Development Goals. So I think this is a good starting point to analyze what are the means and what are the reasons that human security is threatened. And education, of course, since many of us are related to universities, and our network is a network of universities. The one you mentioned, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network for the wider area of the Black Sea. So our role is through education to define new values for the younger generation in order to avoid the extent that these threats appear to have today, and they resulted in a very bad situation, and it's very difficult to find ways to escape from these all these reasons that all these situations that threaten our own security, human security as a whole, as a total. So, in my opinion, we should take a step back, analyze the risks, and the risks can be found easily in the Sustainable Development Goals. And through our educational system and through education, not just information or teaching, we need to educate, we need to communicate with the younger generation in order to give them the ability to not to make the same mistakes we made in our generation, and we brought the world in this very bad position. So a final word, it was already mentioned, but I think we should emphasize on that, is ethics. Ethics on education. I think that could be a good solution to connect the risks with the results and to reduce this global threat of human security.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was, and also with a very important aspect about ethics, putting a very important emphasis on frames for addressing this. So it's a very important contribution. Thank you very much. Now, of course, you have seen how beautiful it was conceived, this panel, with contributors coming from different perspectives. Now we are introducing Dr. Alberto Zucconi. He is a psychologist, actually, and he developed over his entire career human, or let's say client-centered approach in psychology, and he even established an institute that is doing an amazing job collaborating with different universities. We did a very nice collaboration with the team of Professor Zucconi for supporting and addressing issues on trauma informed care aspects in Ukraine. So, dear Professor Zucconi, also because you are, let's say, from the organizers as the chair of the board of this World Academy of Art and Science, and the time is so limited, try to, let's say, synthesize your perspective in several minutes.
Thank you. Just a note, much more modestly, I was, my mentor, Carl Rogers, developed 80 years ago the person-centered approach, and just following in his steps. I totally agree with Nico about the important ethics, and I think I honestly appreciate that everything has been said, and the significant steps that we can do in, you know, in Europe, for example. I also am an educator, and I know that we can do better. Just to give you an idea, Europe launched more than a quarter of a century ago the Bologna process. And if you read the bulletin that the Bologna process published regularly, it says not only that we can do better, that we have to do better if we want to reach the goal to have in Europe that is a knowledge society. How to do better? Share the power and include the students in the process. The Bologna process underlined that. We have to involve the students in the design and curriculums. We have to involve the students in the evaluation of result of their studies. So we can do better. Actually, we know that a student-centered education or person-centered education or people-centered education, 80 years of research show that the results are better than traditional education. Why are we not doing more of that? I suspect that because to be student-centered and people-centered, you need to share power. You need to promote a change, not being a professor-centered, but sharing the power with the stakeholders. Now, we know that we don't need just sociology, that the people that have power in any organization have a little difficulty of sharing with people that have less. So that is a challenge that has been also recognized for the many failures by the United Nations. The United Nations says that after many failures, top-down project, that very minimal results, that human security needs to be a people-centered project. Of course, because only if we share and we unite, as our friend from Ukraine showed, united, we better. Another thing, I collaborated with the World Health Organization. Traditional medicine, top down, with the expert, that doesn't work very well. The Ottawa Charter, 1986, says that health is not the lack of illness, it's development of human potentialities, and health is not to be left of health experts. Health has to be protected and promoted where people live and work in their daily lives. Actually, health promotion works much better than traditional prevention. But how come there are obstacles? Well, if you read, for example, the Australian well-known website, Medicine Mongering, you would discover that how much money every year some, interest pull together to contrast the work of health promotion of the World Health Organization. So if we want to do better, we have to bring ethics and transparency. And also, to give you just an example that I collaborate with Ed, with this brutal invasion of Ukraine, I was in Baku. I heard from somebody in the ministry of Ukraine how terrible things were going on. I felt so angry, and I said, I need just to be doing something, not to be angry and impotent. So I created my institute with the World Health Organization, with the World Academy of Art and Science, the World University Consortium, the Black Sea Consortium network of university, but also other like the Protect Our Planet movement and the Psychological Association of Ukraine, the trauma-informed care best practice. What are those? Those are what universities still don't teach to students in psychology, students in medicine, students of education, is just to have the skills that allow you not to work with goodwill, but ignorance, and re-traumatize people that need your help, but actually are going to be further damage. So we've been for free training, and we do more people help professional in Ukraine, and will continue to do so. And we will now, with the collaborating with Professor Inci, also in Turkey and also in Syria. And also, as we will be able to raise funds to anybody that needs help. But this help would not be needed in emergency if just at the university we would teach the biopsychosocial paradigm, and all we know, because the trauma-informed care is 30 years old and still people have a degree in the helping profession and never heard about it. So I think to finish that we need to pull all our knowledge together and really see what are the barriers to a better education and to better society. One of the ways that we know it works is to promote change by empowering and being centered on the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything that you are doing, Alberto. God bless you for all your efforts that you are doing. So now we move quickly to Professor Simonovic. Actually, he is a fantastic personality with a brilliant career in diplomacy, but also in education, in aspects related to law. And at present, he is Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, having a, let's say, a global perspective. So from your perspective, also being from this region, the extended Black Sea region, let's call it like that, from Croatia, knowing very well the context and also having this broader view, how you would appreciate the education needs for the future?
Just a brief correction. I'm not Assistant Secretary General anymore. Now I'm Ambassador of Croatia to the United Nations, and I'm chair of the Peace Building Commission of the United Nations.
Sorry for this.
No problem whatsoever. I like being Assistant Secretary General there. So, and I would like to share with you a specific experience I had as Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights. In 2014, I have established a UN human rights monitoring mission in Ukraine. And the purpose why UN was doing that and why I was doing that was to provide a very objective, impartial information on human rights situation that are relevant for peace and security. It was a way to counter Russian narrative that there is a genocide going on, that Russian speakers are being systematically targeted and prosecuted. Yes, there were some instances of human rights violations, but they were not a state policy of Ukraine. So by being objective about all human rights violations, it was a way to prevent manipulations. And manipulations in Ukraine are something that we are seeing now. It's a deliberate attempt to manipulate uncertainty and insecurity, saying that history is being repeated, that Russian speakers are being prosecutors like it was during Second World War, is something that we've seen in former Yugoslavia as well, where historical traumas of Serbs in Croatia and in Bosnia and Herzegovina were being deliberately manipulated through Mr. Milosevic's propaganda as justification for aggressive wars. So we have seen all that and experienced all that in the wider region. What is the role of education? The role of education is strengthening resilience through education about human rights, through putting people in the center, making them more resilient to various forms of manipulation. What is the basis of this education? Education about entitlement to human rights, education that is strengthening resilience of society. If there is something marking our situation today, it's an increase of uncertainty. It's related to climate change, it's related to conflicts, it's related to threat of potential new pandemics, technological changes, the population movements. What we need is certainty in sense of guaranteeing human rights, that there will be solidarity, that there needs to be tolerance towards diversity. With such an education, we are making societies less weak to various forms of manipulation of various demagogic politicians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Simonovic, for this point and putting the very clear frame in this aspect. Now we have two questions actually on the Q&A panel. Is about the fact that Lynn Rachel Anderson, she's mentioning about why competitiveness, and I think that it is clear that within this, let's say, European framework, the competitiveness is about always trying to come with new arguments and to present what is the best approach for that. And the same was she was adding also to why not quality and critical thinking have been already addressed by the distinguished speakers today. Now, I know that Gary is a little bit nervous because the next session is starting in 5 minutes, and there is also a very important session with very distinguished speakers. There are the way of conceiving technically, this is like that. We had many other things to let's say, discuss, because there were on the table fantastic ideas, but I'm sure that we can do it while we shall work together in order to prepare this publication aspect. So Gary, if you would like to add something. No, so we
I'd just like to add a thank you to all of the speakers. It's a very rich and important session. Covered from many different dimensions, exceeded expectations. It was perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a fantastic also opportunity to let's say, bring together opinions from such a perspective. I'm sure that this is just the beginning. We shall have a system of collaboration between us in the process of preparing this, let's say, publication aspect, and during that we shall exchange also some other ideas. But if there is one small 2 words thing that somebody would like to add, now is the moment. Don't lose it. Okay, so thank you very much. Olena, once again, thank you for your contribution. And once again, we wish you, on the occasion, let's say, of this very important day, but also, unfortunately, in the very, very difficult moment that Ukraine is passing. And let us hope that also, from the education perspective, we shall be able to put together different concepts that will not allow for the future generation to repeat this kind of traumas. Thank you very much for everything. We stop here, and thank you for all your contributions. We shall be in touch for, let's say, continuing this on paper, these discussions. Thank you.
Many thanks for support to Ukraine. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the World Academy of Art and Sciences International Conference and Future Education's panel discussion on a very important topic, climate education for human security. My name is Kehkasha. I am a junior fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science and the founder president of Global Social Innovation Enterprise Green Hope Foundation. And I'm truly delighted to be your moderator for this session. Now, this topic is very relevant in today's environment because with devastating climate change-induced weather events that are causing havoc across the world, especially in the communities that are seen as most vulnerable, there is finally an awakening, in particular at the global stage, that climate change can no longer be trivialized. And in fact, it needs to be at the forefront of any and all discussions related to human progress and human security. And the basis of all such dialogue has to be evidence-based, embedded in science and not on conjecture and political overtures. And as someone who has been working on the front lines of climate change mitigation for over a decade, I can vouch based on my lived experiences that education, appropriately conceived, can be such a powerful tool, probably the most powerful tool in enabling effective adaptation and mitigation of climate change. And that leads to effective strengthening of human security. However, one must delve deeper and address several other facets related to this complex issue. Of critical importance is protecting and deploying education infrastructure, strengthening social and material resources on which education depends, as this will lead to vulnerability reduction and build resilience. And secondly, where infrastructure exists, we need to improve general education that's measured in terms of literacy, of school attendance, and overall academic attainment. And this can enhance adaptive capacity. And thirdly, possibly where we are sorely lacking is in accelerating research-based adaptation learning support that can energize social and policy change by maximizing learning before and during adaptive decision-making. So overarching and transformational change is required in embracing climate education into the mainstream that embraces all models of pedagogy so that human societies seek to balance the old social mechanisms that ensure stability with new ones that facilitate change. And however, as I witnessed often at the grassroots level, our capacity to systematically support the learning that undergirds adaptation may be the limiting factor. Some of the key insights that we therefore need to acknowledge and work on are the value of education for climate change adaptation policy that has been limited by vague definitions and poor cross-field communication, strengthening the three distinct but overlapping pathways, each offering concrete policy options: education infrastructure, general education, and adaptation learning support. And finally, the greatest value of climate education lies in the transformative potential of adaptation learning support, circular, pedagogical, and technological, with resources that prepare people for the complex adaptive decision-making and really help them to solidify learning during that work. So it is with this background thought that I would like to take forward today's discussion and invite our speakers to share their cross-sectoral knowledge and experience on this theme that has assumed such tremendous significance today. So without any further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker to take the floor, Kareem Ahad Saab, member, COP27 Youth Task Force and Future Sustainability Leader. Kareem, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me good?
We can hear you.
Okay, awesome. I'm pretty happy to be here with you today. It's such a dear topic to me that I've worked on for a couple of years now. And I truly believe that when we talk about human security, currently the greatest threat to human security is climate change. And that's very obvious, should be very obvious to all of us with the numbers that we have. Because currently, according to the UN, 800 million people around the world, currently, not in the future, are vulnerable to the climate change impacts, such as droughts, floods, heat waves, extreme weather events, and sea level rise. Okay, so how does this relate to human security? It's pretty obvious. Such events will cause economic crises, climate refugees, or even wars for our basic needs. And that's because we are going to have lack of resources in the future, and actually even now because of the climate change. So that's why we are in a dire need for accessibility of climate education for everyone. But naturally, we cannot solve the climate problem that is possessing a threat to human security without first having proper diagnosis. That's what I would like to say. Because if you can imagine a sick person, he will never be able to treat his sickness without being aware of it in the first place. And he will not be able to treat it only with awareness. He needs proper diagnosis. So that's where education comes in play. We need people to be not only aware that, okay, we are having a problem, we have climate change is going to affect all of us. If you don't know what to do exactly, you will not solve the problem. You need to be aware of the all the discussions that's going on, all the negotiations that's going on. You need each and everyone in this world need to be aware how climate change is going to affect the individuals, how it's going to affect the indigenous communities, how it's going to affect the women and children and future generations. They need to be educated about adaptation, mitigation, climate financing. There is a lot of climate education going on. It's not just simple terms. So I believe that we're in a dire need for climate education for everyone. So with this, I would be extremely happy if all the attendees only got one takeaway from my talk, and they can search about it more and they can learn about it more. And that term is Action for Climate Empowerment. And it's abbreviated as ACE. That's a very important term that have been acknowledged by the UN and UNFCCC, Article 6 of the Convention in 1992 and Article 12 of the Paris Agreement. The main overarching goal of ACE is to empower all members of society to engage in climate action. So the main goal, again, we need all stakeholders. We need private sector, we need public sector, we need governments, we need individuals, we need NGOs, we need everyone. So it's definitely, it's basically action for climate empowerment. I think it's self-explanatory, but also it has 6 main pillars, okay? It's still a general term, so we need to define it more to know what exactly is action for climate empowerment, how can we engage in it, and how it can be the solution to have more people educated about climate. The first pillar is climate education. We got public awareness, training, public participation, and public access to information, and international cooperation on these issues. So if you're going to focus about the 6 main pillars, they're all revolved around education and climate education. So how did the UN incorporate ACE so that the government and private sector are reliable? Because we have heard many times in the past that people say a lot of good stuff and they give a lot of promising promises, I would say, and we don't incorporate them in our agendas or in our action plan. So that's why we got a specific term for it. That's why we got articles for it. That's how we got 196 countries in the last COP27 to attend the thematic day only for ACE, for Action for Climate Empowerment. So the activities that UN does in Action for Climate Empowerment file is ACE negotiations, and that's mainly to advance policies to make an exact KPIs that countries can be held reliable to, and that they should be delivering for each year. For example, in the last COP, we got a historic ACE policy that makes a 4-year plan for the next 4 years for all countries that they should deliver on. I advise you to go search on it because I will not have much time to go into details about it, but I really think you should visit it. Also, we got national ACE focal points. So in each country, in your country, you can search it. You got an ACE focal point. You can reach out to him and you can discuss how can you as an individual, as an organization, as a government, incorporate ACE in your country, in your community, in your school, in your university, whatever. And also we got ACE Dialogue and ACE Hub. When I talk about, again, when I want to tell you that I want each and every one of you to have a main takeaway from this, and is how can you contribute to ACE? I will tell you first my story and how I contributed to ACE quickly, and then a quick advice, I would say, on how you can implement ACE in your daily life and in your community. For myself, I worked on a national initiative in Egypt pre-COP27, and it was mainly focused around educating the youth and supporting the young entrepreneurs when it comes to climate change. I also participated in workshops in my country in the rural areas where they rarely hear about climate change. I was also part of the COP27 Youth Task Force, where I used my voice to advocate for climate and raise awareness. And I tried to use a good use of my social media in order to spread awareness about it. So my quick advice for you would be how to participate in ACE as an individual. It would be first, get educated about the topic, because you cannot educate more people or raise awareness if you are not educated enough about the topic. You can volunteer, you can spread the word, use your social media and talk about it with your community, with your friends. Finally, the expected cycle of climate education, or any education in general, it will start in the first steps with awareness, workshops and trainings. That's the basic level. Then we might expect it to have master's research topics and PhDs, and then it's gonna start to be in bachelor's and in schools. But my message here is that we shouldn't wait for this whole cycle for the climate change studies and education to be incorporated in schools and bachelors. We need to start all of them simultaneously, because apparently we don't have much time. And finally, my final quote that I like to end with is from Mother Teresa. I cannot change the world alone, but I can cast a stone across the waters that can create many ripples. And I hope that me and all of the attendees can also create many ripples. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Karim, for sharing not only about how not knowing what climate change is, it makes it quite literally impossible to take climate action. And that actually reminded me of something that we saw, what my team and I saw when we first started our climate resiliency education program at our Green Hope Foundation school, where the students were shocked to learn that some of the impacts that they had just chalked up to being bad luck were actually impacts of climate disasters, which then led them to the understanding that they could actually take actions to address the climate change impacts. So thank you very much for sharing how important climate education is to take climate action. I shall now invite our next speaker, Arti Sharma, Coordinator of Climate Science. Arti, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kehkashan. Hello, everyone. I hope I'm audible. So, first of all, I would like to thank WAS for conducting this conference. It is my honor to be a part of the panel today with such esteemed speakers. For my presentation, initially, I would like to address the interdependency of human security and climate education. As we all know that human security is the precedence of individual security over territorial security, and the provision of fundamental rights to every human is what human security is all about. But we know that the fundamental rights are not only confined to food, shelter, and clothing anymore, but include education, health, employment, and living standards as well. And our living standards today are hugely dependent on the changing climate around the globe, and the effects of climate change can also be felt individually. When we talk about the spreading of climate education around the world, there are two significant challenges which I would like to bring attention to in today's conference. First is the need to build physical, digital, and human infrastructure fast enough. We are currently at a place where the importance of climate education is known to a small sector of the world. Now, this issue is essential, but more important is that relevant and accurate information is spread to the individuals, especially the youth. The inclusion of climate change as a part of curriculum will require the recruitment of newly trained teachers for universal primary and secondary education. And considering the transformation in education post-pandemic situations, the world requires digitally equipped schools. Along with this, we have some specific education standards which vary amongst the countries and become a barrier to access for new entrants who are developing the mass content. Now, the second big challenge is the inclusion of youth in designing the curriculum for climate education. As a part of the Youth Declaration on Transforming Education 2022, one of the essential demands of the youth was their inclusion in the development of curriculum for the schools and ensuring that the provision of education related to human rights, climate change, psychology, technical and vocational training, which would be free from all the biases. Now, they demanded the eradication of legal, financial, and systematic barriers that hinder providing the primary education worldwide. So the opinions of youth today are of primary importance as they are the consumers, and it is their right to be able to just decide what to learn and which manner they want to consume the information. So before moving on to suggestions and solutions, I would like to introduce Climate Science briefly. So Climate Science is a UK-based NGO that aims to spread the education in simple and easy to understand ways. So the suggestions that I will discuss here will basically be related to the steps and the actions that we as an organization have taken and the results that we have achieved in spreading climate education across the globe. Regarding the infrastructure building, Climate Science has built an advanced digital learning platform for students worldwide and offers courses in varied languages. Not only the technology, but the volunteers of CS spread across 40+ countries are working at ground level to conduct seminars and educational conferences to provide climate change education through schools and colleges. We also offer series of books covering all the major topics of climate change and its effect. And not only this, but we have a team of dedicated teacher training courses which are aligned with the UK and USA's NGSS curriculum. Now, this focuses on dealing with different education standards based on the territory. We as an organization always believe that understanding climate change should not be very complicated. It should be very easy. And we always work on our courses and study materials continuously to keep them upgraded and relevant to the changes which are happening around us. We do this by turning scientific papers into accessible and illustrated digital content that is easy to understand. Since its inception in 2019, we have developed the world's most advanced climate education platform and cultivated learning communities built on values of critical thinking, kindness, and radical optimism. What we believe is that students should leave school with skills, positive mindsets, and hope rooted in confidence in what they want from their and their community's futures. As such, we are happy to work with governments, consultancies, UN, and university initiatives to transform education, to support innovation, positive social impact, and effective climate action. We are coming to the second significant challenge, which is the youth inclusion. So when we talk about our community, the content at CS includes courses which are suitable for all the age groups. The content is well researched, designed, and constantly reviewed to make it fit for people to understand the complex and challenging topics. One of the biggest strengths of our community is the volunteers. Our team consists of students of varying age groups who provide their important feedback, knowledge, and experience to make our content better and more engaging. This is how the content keeps improving, but it is the youth who is designing for the youth itself. Our curriculum takes care of the requirement of students based on the region and provides translated information to make it more accessible worldwide. The techniques which proved useful to us were the use of engaging and simple ways of presenting the complex information such as that of climate change. There are scientific facts, data and figures, technical concepts which often need to be more appealing to the youth today. So we also have a short span when learning new concepts. So the CS courses with interesting images, captivating Instagram and YouTube videos, and exciting presentation have always made the complex topics such as climate economics, climate projections, and clean energy more accessible and exciting for the youth. Apart from the courses, the CS Olympiad is an annual event which attracts students from all over the world to come forward to compete and find solutions to climate change. The Olympiad has proved to be an exemplary event where more than 50,000 plus students from 190 plus countries participate. Now, it eventually leads to a chain effect of educating and discussing climate change matters with people around us. So the aim of any education should be to initiate the discussion amongst the youth. In the description of the conference, I read the statement which said, education empowers. Education aims to empower everyone with the knowledge, skills, understanding, and attitudes which are needed for human security and accomplishment. Now, the transformation should aim at empowering the youth with all the required knowledge that they require along with primary schooling. The content of any curriculum should be constantly researched and reviewed, not only by professionals, but by the youth as well. Students' feedback is essential in making the curriculum more engaging and better. Future education aims to enable the youth to change the society as an individual, a community, an industry, or even as a government. As a closing remark, I would like to highlight that conventional and digital education methods are complementary, and we need to emphasize equally on both the platforms when discussing climate education. Thank you everyone for your time and patient listening.
Thank you, Aarti. What particularly stood out to me was when you spoke about teacher training and for youth, about youth creating curriculum for young people, and particularly about when you mentioned compassion in climate education. And that's something that we see, my team and I worked wherever around the world, and particularly in children and young people who are so passionate about wanting to create a better world, that compassion is something that's inherent in them. And actually incorporating that into climate education is something that is really important, which is why young people curating content for other young people is really, really important. So in that way, climate education really is essential for innovation for a sustainable future. So thank you once again. I shall now give the floor to Philip Novakovic, Cambridge University Land Economy, JP Morgan Incoming Analyst, Masdar and IRENA Sustainability Leader. Philip, you have the floor.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you all for being at this conference. We really hope to have an impactful discussion here and bring value to those listening. Well, I would like to start off by really saying, in terms of my personal experience, first of all, in terms of climate change advocacy and how this journey can really project and actually make a wider impact on the world. So personally, I have really experienced a transition in terms of my own mindset from a mere method of absorbing information to a more impactful and creative, action-oriented approach of utilizing this education and actually bringing forward much needed action in the world. And this change of mindset really came with benefits not only to me as an agent in helping me develop numerous skills, but also the communities my work was affecting itself. And why is this really important? Well, having this kind of approach is really crucial because people's determination to create constructive and local action, which ultimately translates into something global, really remains to be, even to this day, a strong driver of bettering human security and improving communities locally. As we all know that endogenous action can be so much more valuable than simply exogenous intervention, as other international organizations have been trying for years. So, for example, one part of human security that I consider to be often overlooked are the conditions in which students spend time in whilst they're in education. This is because development agencies often monitor only educational programs by looking at the basic metrics of outcomes in the short term and only in terms of 1 to 2 years educational cycle. So overlooking these conditions in which education is being delivered really actually even implements many risks to the educational outcomes and reduces the outcomes in knowledge attainment, numeracy, and literacy skills, which is compounded on a macro level, can bring in much increases in inequality, but also human security in many aspects. So in terms of my story itself, this is what really led me to start off my first nonprofit organization, age 17, which is called Greener Schools and operates in 15 countries across 3 continents. It has the aim of improving environmental and social sustainability in schools and universities. And through a network of 50 volunteers, we're able to create tangible impact by advocating for better conditions in which education is being developed, both in the developed and developing world. We need education that is basically centered around the students and the natural environments, and that empowers the students to actively engage with their environments, rather than exogenously bringing knowledge to them, which might not be fully diffused or even recognized. So with cognizance that we had more than 5,000 students in 30 schools affected, we also made sure to go the extra mile to modify the content of education. So we have different students' curriculums which are more aligned with education on climate change, and also provide an incapacitating approach to develop these important entrepreneurial skills for the student. That's why we wanted to ensure long-term viability and really make these schools self-sufficient in bringing in the future leaders of both climate action, but also of climate education. So by making them independent through capacity building and skill improvement, we're able to ensure that. So another obstacle that we found whilst we're all doing this is that many young people, even to this day, the more educated they were about human security, about global issues, the more pessimistic they were in terms of how they can actually contribute to the overall impact and action sphere. One approach that fellow activists and my friends found really useful is to really base our actions on rational hope and inspiration, not despair or fear. Fear is not going to motivate us in the long term. Sustained change that we all need to move the needle on climate change. And in terms of another aspect that I've been involved with is climate finance and bringing in the role of accelerators and entrepreneurship to be the source for both maintaining, improving, and driving human security through innovation. And human security combined with the education actually provides a great nexus for an ecosystem where we need to galvanize innovation in. But simply said, by itself, we need innovation both in the educational sector, but also we need innovative outcomes coming out of the educational investment. And this is because education itself can be the power of transforming lives and societies. It's a very useful tool. And adequate climate education is the basic building block for human development, and it will allow us to adapt to the conditions of our changing planet. But if we do not enfranchise people themselves to utilize this education in a meaningful way, we will not see the benefits of this new knowledge on local communities and especially on vulnerable people. So we need this paradigm shift in both education, but also entrepreneurship ecosystems, and especially in the developing world. And for that, obviously, there's so many other needs and requirements. We need more funding, both by increasing the existing streams accessible to students, to entrepreneurs, to people who have ideas, but also building new streams, new organizations, new types of bodies, which will serve to both connect, but also collaborate between the two. And we need to make new opportunities from the governmental sector, but also from the private sector. One organization that's been exceptionally well in the Middle East is Masdar, who has premium initiatives, Youth for Sustainability, trying to drive sustainability through skill building, through innovation accelerators. And on the other tangent, we also need better conditions. We need mentorship schemes for our entrepreneurs, for students, and we need accelerators. So once they're done with their education, once they're done with their skill building, they have adequate conditions in which they can bring their ideas forward and really improve the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Lastly, trust and institutional backgrounds are essential. They're essential because they can really galvanize collaboration, not only create competition. This is because competition itself will not bring us the results we need. We need collaboration because collaborating is the only way we can address climate change and the only way we can bring forward human security improvements. Just another aspect I would like to touch upon is the role of cognitive and non-cognitive skills. This is an area that is often overlooked in development studies and development initiatives. Cognitive skills are obviously essential for really improving the educational outcomes. But non-cognitive skills such as determination, motivation, drive, such as emotional intelligence, these are all skills which are built on a long-term effect, long-term time scale, but they need to be absolutely highlighted in every single educational outcome analysis. This is because it's really essential to have empathy, to have these non-cognitive skills for us to actually be able to tackle human security. So with that, I would like to close, and I would really like to really accentuate and highlight the importance of innovation, of having the state support innovation, and building this ecosystem around innovation so we can have better human security. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Philip. Absolutely, we do need education for sustainable development and climate education at every level to facilitate innovation. And to ensure that, we need to empower that young people to take action through this education, because as we all know, enough talking has been done. So now we do need that meaningful localized climate action, because only then can we use that to facilitate climate innovation and the paradigm shifts that you spoke about for climate justice and human security. Thank you once again. Our next speaker is Selma Bikbik, social and climate youth activist, human rights CP, Youngo UNEP MGCY member, founder Together for Blue and Green, and co-founder MENA Youth Network. Selma, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And for my last name, I know it's a bit confusing, but it's Bishbish. So I'm not mad, no worries. All right. So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation, for bringing this up. Indeed, it is one of the very important topics that we need to address, especially as youth. And we do know that having an educational system that involves this kind of knowledge where we can share with youth about what is it exactly climate change, at least simplify it, because, for example, I do live in a community where bringing up the climate change topic to the floor is like, oh, that needs a background. So that's the I would say the comments that I get when I talk about such issues and challenges. So the first part that we need to focus on is simplifying that, and this can happen actually through education system, at least like the first step. So basically, I would love to kick this off by talking about my first experience, that when I realized that it's high time for me to link education with climate change, so that we can educate people about it, simplify it to be more precise, and then implement, do things after, because again, we're sick of drafting and talking all the time, you know. So basically, it started in Youth for Climate Summit in Milan, where I have been the female delegate that represented Algeria, and we have been leading. I was among the co-facilitators of one of the working groups during the summit, where we talked about education. It was like an entire section for that, like how can we give, like what type of proposals we can give when it comes to tackling climate change with education. How can we include in our curriculum? What are your suggestions and proposals? And we were so surprised because eventually there were amazing proposals from youth on how we can involve that in our curriculum. How is it already involved in some European countries, if maybe people here don't know? So it is already involved. They included climate change as a course in so many universities, in my university that I'm now in. So indeed, it's not so detailed, but like at least it will kind of introduce you to some of the main challenges that we can actually give, like kind of contribute with some practices and actions to kind of end them, maybe limit them. Now it's too late to end things. Now, basically, the start was with this summit. Some people be like, you guys are doing gatherings all the time. What's the point of that? It's only about drafting and talking, and we're not seeing enough on the ground. So now the best part is that, yes, all of these proposals and manifestos that we created eventually, they had a great impact after. And actually, so many got involved as well. We see like the UN promoting for them. We see people taking a proposal to the next level where they implemented it. So when we are seeing amazing here, like we us youth who actually even done that. And that was the start from a gathering. So don't take this gathering seriously, especially people from my country. Like, make sure to take this seriously. And like we have seen, for example, in the MENA region, maybe some regions in Africa, they be like, no, we're not having access to these conferences, we're not having access to these proposals, how can we just give and just go? And now, like, thankfully, like in every summit, we are having this virtual platforms where we do share, like we do contribute a lot to the manifesto itself. We do add our proposals. We take everything seriously. And what we mean by seriously is like a proposal that even if it was stated online. So that's the best part, is that what we want eventually is not the fact of me having a gathering or having fun, because it's not fun at all, but it's about me seeing this actually implemented later. And again, I insist, we have seen already things implemented. Otherwise, we would have never continued in having such gatherings. Now, this is actually the first point that I wanted to address, because it was the perfect start that I had and how I showed more interest in that, in these two SDGs. Now, after that, I decided to found my own NGO, which is Together for Blue and Green. Thankfully, when I first started, it was, I started it and I had funding, which was from actually one of the European embassies. And I decided like to have something special, especially in my community. We're not seeing so many environmental initiatives. We don't, well, to be more precise, youth-led initiatives. And I wanted to have it all in English, because I wanted to continue this drafting, not to wait for a certain gathering or a certain conference to bring me and then like start doing things, because I wanted to do them in my community with my own people. I wanted to introduce them. What is even this drafting? What is it even to have a proposal? And, you know, because all of this, I mean, maybe people will wonder, but trust me, in some communities, we don't know this, you know, people don't know that there is proposals and they do exist, policies, and you being part of decision-making, we do have the right for this. And some people don't know even this. So kind of introducing them to this, and which is part of the, it's part of the education, I would say the educating system or circle. It's all part of that, is like you introducing them to new things that they don't know that they have the right to get more involved in. So I started with I founded my NGO, and we had like a series. I decided to have a series of workshops because it was in COVID, and these workshops where we brought activists from different parts of the world, and we had even like green business owners, like eco-friendly businesses, where they introduced them to what is it like to have a green business or an eco-friendly business? Does it even make profits? Which is actually questions that were raised in these workshops, because again, people don't know that they can actually have a green business, an eco-friendly business, but still make profits, you know? So, so we had the opportunity to arrange that. And after that, we decided to kind of take it to the next level, where we reach universities. And that's actually what we did. It was the next step. We went to one of the universities who hosted us, and we had like a student climate youth event, student climate call event, sorry. So that was actually the main event. And we even asked professors, it was all in English, and we asked professors to kind of who are in the field of climate change and water sanitation and so on. And we talked about, we had a debate on one of the documentaries, which is also like one of the things that we wanted to address, because it was a climate justice movement. And then we had a workshop about a climate justice as a movement. What is it exactly, and how people can get more involved in this, especially the advocacy. And the third thing was having these professors as panelists. And I remember one of the professors was actually part of COP 15. And we had the chance to introduce them to what is COP, how they can get involved, what are the practices that we need to embrace as youth, what are the actions that we can take, what is it like to be even engaged in fighting for these global concerns. So it was like really perfect to finally address all of this. And the best part is that we had amazing outcomes eventually. People asked for more details. They wanted to get more involved. And it was eventually like a very an event that changed mindsets and left an impact for these people who didn't know much. So basically, that was actually the journey that I had. And it's not only a journey because I'm trying to address things in this and while I would say reciting my story, because it's more what I'm trying to say is that I'm urging everyone to try to know, make sure to educate others, simplify things, because that's how it starts. And it's fine to start it that way. And we can take it to the next level after that. Thank you so much again for the invitation. Appreciate it.
Amazing. Thank you, Salma, for reiterating how important education is, especially climate education for a sustainable future, and also for speaking about how we must find our local challenges and address them with local solutions, keep respecting the culture of the nation so that we can actually ensure that climate justice. Thank you once again. And I now invite our next speaker, Nozinle Evelyn Gumede, Global Youth Leader, Earth Uprising International. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me here. It's been good listening to everybody, the panelists. It's been wonderful. So yes, the livelihoods most impacted by climate change depend on natural resources. Natural resources such as land and water. In Southern Africa, particularly Zimbabwe, most people depend on farming as a source of livelihood. But due to climate change, the high temperatures and the low rainfall, the yields are very low. So climate education is important in ensuring human security so that people have food and, can afford to take care of their basic needs. As students and youths, we can educate people about climate change and how it affects us. We should also go to those affected so that we have firsthand knowledge. Sometimes we may think that we know everything, but when we go back to the grassroots and actually try and understand what's going on, they might tell us something that we do not know. So I feel like it's very good to bridge the gap between those that are coming from the most impacted areas and those that can actually help them so that you can sit down and actually find a solution together. And I have been working with a local organization called Green Heart. We usually do that as well. And we also educate children in schools. We should start them young so that they grow up with the education they need. Unfortunately, in Zimbabwe, it hasn't been the norm that climate education was taught in primary school. I don't know what it's called, elementary. Yeah, I hope that's correct. It wasn't taught in high school, and it's just been a topic for university. But then we should bridge that gap. We should talk to the children, 10-year-olds. They should know what climate change is, but then the terms need to be simplified. And for those that can't actually speak English, because in Southern Africa, some people might not even know English, so that we need to translate it to them and use our local languages like Ndebele, Shona, such languages, so that people can actually understand what climate change is. If we talk to them in their own language, they'll know what it is, and it would be easier to talk to them. So yes, we can educate people via social media, but we should also educate them in person. A lot of people don't know what climate change is, and they'll be so confused when you're talking about COP27. They don't know what that is. But if we actually go to the people and sit down with them and talk to them, have meetings in person, because some people don't have the internet access, they do not have the access to internet. So it's best to go to people, local communities, rural communities, and educate them, not just people that are learned or in schools. So those children that are coming from local communities, rural communities, they also need to be educated. They need to know what's going on, because those children are very innovative if given the chance. Education is power, and people should be climate education. If people know what they're dealing with, they'll know the solutions. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Nozinle. And you're right, it's absolutely critical to ensure that climate action, climate justice is driven from the bottom up to ensure that our most affected communities are not left behind. And when you said that children in the rural communities are so innovative when given the opportunity. We worked with a community of HIV positive children in Nepal who hadn't had access to education, but when we started working with them, they came up with the most amazing ideas on how to just eradicate plastic in their neighborhood and work towards climate justice there. So that is very, very true. And it's important that everyone works to realize that. And with that, I would like to thank all of our panelists who have spoken today about the importance of climate education for human security. And as all of our panelists have reiterated, a very timely and important topic. And as a human society, we unfortunately still have a very warped sense of what human security means, where states and people even would rather spend trillions to build weapons of mass destruction, and in particular for 9 states build nuclear weapons that form a facade of human security, instead of actually spending that money on what really matters, which is healthcare, education, and addressing climate change, which does form the most existential crisis of our times. So today's panel does prove the importance of climate education, where we need that knowledge and that awareness to educate people about what climate change is, what their local challenges are, and how we must localize those challenges and solutions in order to have true, meaningful climate action. If we are to achieve any sort of human security, we have to work towards addressing climate change and vice versa, so that we can truly create a just and equitable world where everyone has a life of dignity, where no one is left behind, and where we're actually able to sustain our human race. So thank you very much for being with us here today. This has been a wonderful discussion, and we wish you all the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you very much. And together, let us join hands and go out there and work towards climate action. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Hi, Marwa.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
I'm okay. I'm here. So far, so
Good.
good. I don't know if you saw my email, but I began to get nervous.
I just saw did. all of them. I was like, what is going on? Quickly grabbed all of the information you sent me, but if you drop off, I can definitely
Well,
jump
if
in.
I drop off, you'll know what happened. And
Yeah.
then, just jump in.
Okay, no problem.
All right. Thanks a lot. Yeah, and sorry to, I hope I didn't panic you.
No, I'm always prepared. Or
Yeah.
try to, although I
Uh,
realized that it was too close to
Oh.
time. I need to get on.
But it's been, it's been dropping. It could happen. It's been dropping
Yeah.
all day.
Okay.
And there've been a couple of real long stretches. So
Gotcha.
for reference now, and I suppose for later, it could happen. So we got
Got it.
like 2 feet in the last like 18 hours or so.
Okay, Stephen, just FYI, and to all the panelists, I see a note, we're live, so
Oh, are we?
morning
Okay. Well,
or afternoon or evening, everybody.
okay.
We'll get started shortly, but waiting for the rest of our panelists to join.
Yeah, great. Okay. So I'm just going to let's see here. I guess, we've got about 3 minutes and oh, there's Iveta. Hi, Iveta.
Hi, everyone. I also have my internet falling on and off, so I hope it's
Yeah.
not a problem. We just arrived into this hotel in Ghana on the beach, and it's beautiful, but the connection is not very good.
Well, we'll try to be prepared for any of us, dropping out, I suppose,
If I fall off, then I'll try to rejoin on my phone. That may work as well.
Okay.
So keep an eye on like if I need to rejoin, keep an eye on the waiting room, I guess. I don't know who can do that.
I think if there's a tech person monitoring that from WAS, I think so. That's good to
Yeah.
know. I think that happens to me. It's actually been worse with our phones than with the internet. So if that happens,
Oh,
to me,
really?
I'm not sure that will be
Oh,
a safe
interesting.
place. Yeah.
Huh.
So there's just like it's like system failure going on here in north of Stockholm right now.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And also there is something with I hope I'm not gonna run out of battery. That's another problem.
Well, we're about a minute away from start. So.
Okay.
And I guess it's really only Telmo that we're waiting for, right?
Hmm. I think my computer is also something is wrong with the battery. I only have 9%. I'm really worried about it.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to.
Well, we will let the we will promote Telmo. Yeah, it says something about Telmo. We will promote Telmo as panelist upon joining. Okay, that's good to know. We could lose Iveta, just so you know, our tech support, and in that case, she might have to rejoin via her phone.
Yeah.
So
Will it be better if I just rejoin on phone now? I wonder if I should do both.
Maybe if you're gonna run out of battery anyway, maybe that would make sense. And I'll get going in the meantime.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Telmo.
Hello.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Stephen Hartman. I'm the Executive Director of the Bridges Sustainability Science Coalition and UNESCO's Management of Social Transformations Program. I'm here to open the session on youth-led knowledge and education for climate change and human security. I'd like to offer sincere thanks again to the organizing committee of the Education for Human Security Conference and our partners at WAS for inviting us to partner with them, and you know, all the people who are involved in this session. And thank you for turning out to join us, all of you who aren't presenting. This session is co-sponsored by Bridges and the Turn It Around Initiative, both anchored at Arizona State University's Global Futures Laboratory, and both supported by UNESCO. The session is organized in collaboration with the People and Planet Project, the UNESCO Social and Human Sciences Sector, and the UNESCO Regional Office in Cairo. Our discussion today is focalized by the climate crisis, particularly as this global challenge impacts human security at many levels, regionally and locally. It's also aimed to address youth and knowledge, agency and action, and how these do and perhaps must come together to address the needs of human security. Climate change and human security are thus intertwined. Climate change can be a direct and indirect cause of conflict as it exacerbates key drivers of fragility, such as the struggle for basic resources and livelihoods, the absence of which can lead to displacement and other forms of human vulnerability. And really, you know, here I'm cribbing really from one of the reports we're going to be hearing about shortly. The climate crisis really thus has an undeniable impact on all elements of human security. This session will take up a number of distinct educational implications of organized efforts to address climate change related human insecurity, including how the educational sector in the broadest sense must be mobilized to better prepare for and mitigate vulnerabilities, with an emphasis on the central role of young people in societies around the world. Now, I am not going to say very much about Bridges, other than I'll share our Bridges website URL, or maybe ask if my co-moderator Juliana can do that in the chat window. And if you want to go on our website, you can find out a little bit more about us. But what we are is the humanities-led Sustainability Science Coalition in UNESCO's Management of Social Transformations Program. And in that sense, we're meant to bridge and complement other existing sustainability programs internationally that have more of a longer standing rooting in technical fields and in the natural sciences. I think that in the process of talking a little bit more through the course of the Q&A today, we may be able to reveal a little bit more about what Bridges is trying to do. But really what I want to do more than anything is to jump into the discussion and to the presentation of the three reports that are at the heart of this session today. And these reports are from the People and Planet Project, the European Youth and Climate Change Community Baseline report, and then the regional report on knowledge for youth-led climate action in the Arab region, which was a UNESCO report. And then finally, the Turn It Around, an education guide to climate futures report, all of which came out in the last year, a couple of them just in the last several months, and have come together. They have knowledge, they have youth, they have climate change and the needs, and the sort of security needs, the human security needs implicated, I think, in each of these reports in different ways are worth digging into a little bit more. And that's what I hope we're going to have an opportunity to do today with all of you. So before I turn it over to the first speaker, who's Telmo Simos, I hope I'm not really making a travesty of your last name pronunciation there, Telmo. But you can pronounce it yourself the correct way if I got it wrong. But I'm going to turn it over to Telmo from the People and Planet Project to begin with. But before I do that, I'd like to throw out a question that maybe we could hold in the back of our head as we're listening to each of the summaries of the reports and we begin our Q&A. And namely, that's what are the human security issues that impact youth education and learning? And maybe there will be an opportunity in the presentations or following the presentations to circle back to that question. So we're going to be hearing from Telmo from People and Planet. We're going to be hearing from Marwa Al-Kairov, presenting the author of the UNESCO report on the Arab region. And we're going to be hearing from Professor Iveta Silova from ASU on the Turn It Around project. And I'm going to start things off by turning things over to you, Telmo.
Thank you, Stephen, for the introduction. My name is Telmo Simões, but I know that that is a very hard one to get. So, and thank you also, Bridges, for the invitation to be here. I'll just share my screen with a brief presentation on the introduction that I would like to share about our project. Let me put this on full screen. Okay. And yes, I am here representing our project People and Planet. Our project has the main goal of addressing the SDGs agenda by working with, on one hand, local authorities and also with young European citizens to address the challenges and consequences of climate change, and with the specific focus on water scarcity. And this part, I think, will be very important also in this connection with human security. In our report, as you said, it is a baseline survey. It is called European Youth and Climate Change. We wanted to explore the relation between young people and climate change. On one hand, their knowledge and perception surrounding the topic, also between individual actions that they already perform or that they are interested in performing. And lastly, their awareness regarding policy action on this matter. And what this report showed on various levels is that young people already feel their security threatened by the impact of climate crisis. So we can see right from the start some connection with the topic of this conference. As general statements regarding that connection, we can see that young people identify climate change as having an impact on every continent and every ocean in the past decades. This is indeed a global phenomenon. We see young people convinced, or at least having some doubts, whether the damage that we have done to the environment is something that is permanent or not, or if it can be reversed. And we see young people also, now more specifically related to the issue of water scarcity, as having a major influence on future conflicts and migration of people, also something that is very related to the notion of security. Our report also asked about the global consequences of climate change. So now narrowing down the focus a bit more, what are the particular issues that are causing young people to consider their safety threatened when we consider climate change? And most young people, more than 8 in each 10, identified at least one of these environmental problems as having a major impact on the global scale. Some of them are highly influential on the security we traditionally sense as human beings. For example, the air we breathe, the rising sea levels, which can severely impact densely populated cities, or forest fires and floods. These two, for example, as around 87% of young people saying that there will be that there is already a big global impact on forest fires and floods. So the two sides, they are contrary, but they are very much related to one another. Lastly, I also want to address water scarcity with 83%, just to name a few of the issues. And when we ask these young people if they are already feeling these impacts personally, because we know that security issues start to be more pressing when they affect each person's individual existence, these numbers decline slightly. So these are the numbers for the global impact. When we ask about personal impact, they decline a bit, but still around 6 in each 10 young people are stating that these issues are already having a major impact on their lives. So this is already something that is present. It's not just in the future. We can also see how closely tied together are the notions of climate change and human security with these topics. For young people, these things go hand in hand. But what can we do to improve this situation? And that is where education comes in. Looking at our reports, we identified one aspect that is clear where education can play an important role: the knowledge regarding national and international policies in related to climate change. We found out that little more than half young people know about the national policies that exist to tackle climate change, and around 71% about international initiatives. And the People on Planet Project thinks that it is of the utmost importance to raise this knowledge, because it's only by having people know what the actions are that the institutions are committed to take. Only by knowing that we can assess if they are being successful, if they are being honored, or if they are being sufficient. Also, with the underlying causes of climate change, education can help a lot. Luckily, we are seeing a global movement that is putting the stress that climate change deserves in the public eye, but not so much with the connections between all these related topics. In this case, for example, we see that water scarcity is a much less sexier topic to address when comparing to climate change. But this is a part that is completely dependent on each another. So the People on Planet Project thinks that we really need education to help young people identify the connections between all the climate change underlying causes and effects, its connection to human security, and all the actions we can take to mitigate the coming effects of climate change and its consequences. Our project has been working closely both with the local authorities, both with the young people in schools, with teachers. We have this connection between young people and the local power to try to create meaningful actions that people can improve their knowledge, and also the action already to mitigate the effects of climate change. And for now, Stephen, thank you very much. I'll leave it on here. And I'm eager also to hear what my colleagues have to share regarding this topic.
Okay, thanks very much, Telmo. That was very informative, and I appreciate that breakdown that you gave us in a very short form. I'd like to invite Marwa Al-Cairo now to come in and give us a presentation on the UNESCO report.
Sure. Well, thank you, Stephen, for the introduction, and thank you also to the WAS speakers for having us today on this really important topic. When we first thought of the UNESCO report over a year now, we were looking at the state of climate action throughout the Arab region. We wanted to understand what is happening. What are young people throughout the Arab region, from Mauritania all the way to Yemen, doing? Especially when we think about the context of the region, when we think about the political situation, the social situation, the socioeconomic situation, the civil strife that's taking place in a number of countries across the region. What is that level of importance that young people are associating to climate change? How are they understanding that interplay between climate change and the other realities that they're living on a day-to-day basis? So when we first, the UNESCO report really looks at the dimension of knowledge as it is linked to youth-led climate action. It is not necessarily a study of young people's knowledge of climate action as much as it is what are those processes that they're engaging in. So number one, what are the sources that they are obtaining to gain knowledge, to obtain knowledge about climate change? What are they generating? What are they producing? What are their outputs when it comes to the field of climate change? And three, how are they disseminating that knowledge, and how are they making an impact? And what is their own self-perception of impact at the same time, on a country level, on a regional level, and on a global level as well? what we saw is that knowledge is really at the heart. It's at the core of youth climate action activities. On one level, we were able to develop a landscape analysis of who youth climate actors are across the region, which was not done before. And on another level, we were also able to understand what are those key challenges when it comes to the education, to the knowledge dimension that young people are facing. We saw more and more that the localized need of understanding climate change is critical. What we also saw is how climate change was understood has a very strong interplay, and there's a nexus between climate change, climate action, and knowledge production at the same time. Two key areas came out of this when it comes to the issue of security and youth climate action. One, young people feel because of the different security situations that are on the ground in across the Middle East and across North Africa, they see that perhaps climate change is not always the priority. So in a country like Iraq or in Syria or Yemen or other countries, for example, where there's political strife, there's not necessarily an understanding of why climate change would necessarily be a priority. Although, as we know, that there is an interplay, that there is a connection, that there is a nexus between different security issues, and climate change as an existential crisis is very much interlinked with different political, economic, security notions of security at the same time. However, young people are trying to self-justify the work in climate action as they seek a desire for livelihood, as they want to live, as they want to be able to just really make it through the day. So that was one bucket of security issues that really came up and how they interacted with the issue of climate action and its prioritization. Two is the reality on the ground. Due to the complex realities in the Middle East, as I had just noted, the research and development sector in general is one that is not very developed. So we're looking at figures where about 1%, a little over 1% of knowledge production in climate change is being produced across the region. This is a very low percentage, especially when thinking about the numbers and how climate change is quickly impacting the region, and even more so in the coming years to come. So here, how young people interplay with it is that, okay, it's a priority, it's a growing sector, it's something that they realize that they want to focus on, that they want to work in, but they're not necessarily finding a research and development space or arena or an enabling environment that allows them to foster the type of knowledge production that they need in order to be able to create localized knowledge, in order to be responsive, and in order to preempt a lot of the issues that are required on the ground when it comes to addressing climate change in the region. So due to the security situation in a lot of the countries, due to what the prioritization is in a lot of the countries, this is not one that's necessarily always there in the education sector. There's programs that are increasing, there are universities that are taking it on. However, we're talking about consistency, we're talking about a systematic approach, especially when we're looking at something as existential for the region and also globally at the same time. So these are really the two core areas that we really see as we look at this nexus between climate change, climate action, and knowledge, and what I'll look forward to engaging with colleagues on as well in our discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Mara. Also a very rich short presentation. So I look forward to following through on our discussion about this afterwards. I'd like to now invite my colleague Iveta Sulova from Arizona State University and Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College and the Global Futures Laboratory there to tell us about the Turn It Around report.
Thank you so much, everybody. And I wanted to introduce also my colleague Ann Nielsen, who may step in if my Wi-Fi connection breaks down. Our report is called Turn It Around, Youth Visions of Education Futures, and it directly addresses the question about the role of education in turning around the environmental catastrophe as one of the central human security concerns. So we started with the assumptions that education itself is directly implicated in the climate crisis and our failure to imagine alternatives. Despite efforts to promote education as key to achieving sustainable lives, including the Sustainable Development Goal 4 that designates education as a priority, or the UN's Education for Sustainable Development decades that we are just coming to a close completion, education systems continue to perpetuate the logic of human exceptionalism and emphasize education's impact on economic growth over other areas of impact, such as environmental sustainability. In fact, schools and universities continue to maintain the status quo that reproduces the very hierarchical man over nature relationship and promotes the idea that humans are separate from and above nature, and thus actively further exacerbating the climate crisis. So in this report that we have produced, our goal was to bring together the visions and voices of youth artists and activists from across the world in a collective effort to radically reimagine education in order to address the root causes of the climate crisis. And so we see education as one of the root causes. We crowdsourced these youth visions of education futures in a form of art and text responses, and really try to engage climate activists, youth activists that may not be known in the international arena, in media, but they are everyday climate activists that that live with climate crisis in their daily context. So our goal was to center these voices in order to re-articulate education as part of the solution rather than part of the problem in the climate crisis context that we are existing right now. And in this process, we wanted to mobilize, as I said, the power of socially engaged art and science and appeal to policymakers on an aesthetic and affective level to move them into more immediate action and long-term policy planning as well that acknowledges intergenerational, cross-cultural, and multi-species interdependence and justice. And I'm looking forward to discussing some of the details of this report with you, but this is a very brief context for why and how this report was co-produced and co-led by children and youth around the world, from as young as 6 years old and up until 35 years old. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Veta. And again, so much to go on here in this next stage of our discussion, which I'm going to turn over. By the way, I'll just mention, though, in the chat window, each of the reports and links to each of the reports is being posted in the chat window. So please check those out. And I want to turn over now to my colleague, Juliana Gavich, the capacity building lead in the Bridges Coalition based at Arizona State University, who's my co-moderator and who's going to lead the next part of this discussion. Juliana.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you to all of our fabulous panelists. I just want to give a special shout out and celebration of Women's Day, that's today, and also to acknowledge the fabulous women who are part of this panel discussion. And thank you all for the opportunity to be able to learn with and from you today. So we're going to move into a discussion phase. I have some predetermined questions, but I want to encourage, again, as I posted in the chat, to have folks who are listening in and are able to please raise a question, either posting it by in the chat, or there's a Q&A tab at the bottom of the Zoom link for those joining on YouTube, the live stream aspect of this. Apologies, we're not able to kind of manage both platforms, but we would love to hear from you later on. So we'll definitely post some contact information. With that said, I'd like to get us started with an opening question to kind of frame this again in the context of education for human security. Stephen had kind of posed a bit of this earlier on, but to get a little bit more into the weeds here, one of the key things I'd like to ask all of our panelists, and feel free to respond. Also, if those from the participant pool would like to add their comments in the chat and respond to these questions, we definitely welcome it. So for everybody, what are some of these key challenges? We started to hear a little bit about this, but from the educators and practitioners side, what are they facing in empowering youth as agents of change, whether it's in the climate crisis or beyond? How can they also support youth in realizing their full potential as eco-minded citizens when they're trying to grapple with these multifaceted challenges of human security? And thinking about human security more broadly, from the human to the ecological, as well as, given it's International Women's Day, some gender equity issues that might be interplaying into this mix here, which are really prevalent in the context of educational transformation. So that was a lot to kind of consider, but I'd love to hear more elaboration on some of those challenges that you've all faced or learned about through the work you're conducting.
Thank you, Juliana, and I can get started and look forward to hearing from the colleagues and attendees as well. I mean, as I alluded to in my earlier opening comments, for educators here, I think a big part of the challenge is that climate change is so complex and it's so interdisciplinary in the different issues that you can look at it from, whether it's the political, whether it's the social, whether it's the economic, whether it's ecological, environmental. It's a big Medusa's box of so many different issues that are all interconnected. And I think there really needs to be, on an educational level, a very strong recognition of the complexity of this, and at the same time, a recognition of the importance of the research and development sector and the support of professors, of academia, of those who are working in different cross-academic activist spaces at the same time, in order to be able to bolster the type of work that addresses this complex challenge. This is a multi-societal undertaking, and many different brains, many different minds, many different types of interlocutors in society, whether it's through academia, whether it's through civil society, whether it's government, which is public sector, it needs to come together. And I think how big it is almost how complicated it is. But I think really by investing in enabling an environment, a research and development space, this could really help educators really feel that there is some level of ownership that they could also start to take, and what they need to do for themselves to develop their own skills, their own knowledge, their own abilities, and that's going to trickle down then to their students as well, so as they're able to support them also. That takes a lot of resources, a lot of strategizing. It's not necessarily easy, but that's really the type of scale that we need in order to address how complex this issue is.
Thank you, Mara. And you point out something really crucial here, which is that maybe the capacity is not fully there yet from the educator practitioner side to really help open the door for more youth engagement and leadership in that space. So really wonderful. Any other speakers want to respond to that question?
Thank you, Juliana. I can compliment a bit on that, and thank you, Mara, for your perspective. I think that is a very good starting point, and I think the next step is when we get that knowledge, that competence to share with young people. I think sometimes it's very hard to balance the interest that young people have towards these topics, because on the one hand, you cannot or you should not maybe share these messages like this is your life mission in a way, because it can overwhelm young people, you know, and sometimes young people might be, maybe I'm not cut out for it, you know, maybe I don't have the competence for it, because this is such a huge task. This is such an important task that I'm not, I don't have the competencies to do it. But on the other hand, we cannot say, oh, this is, there's no problem with this, we don't have to do anything. So this balance, you know, that's, we have to spread to young people step by step. There's always something that we can do. You don't have to be scared. You don't have to be overwhelmed. You can start to take part in the climate action step by step. Do your part, and there are things that you can do easily. That you don't need to be an expert. You don't need to devote your life to do it, to contribute. And I think that balance of interest is very, very important to get right. The other one that I would like to share also very, very fast, that is more related to our project in regards to local authorities, is to get the interest of local authorities, to get their availability, because sometimes local authorities have their own agenda, schools have their own agendas, when you are trying to balance the interests of local authorities, the interests of schools, of young people, of the project itself, it's very hard to get a good balance, to get everyone to agree on what to do, how to do it, and sometimes it's tricky to do it right.
Thank you. That's wonderful. You raised a really important point about sort of balancing the potentially conflicting agendas, and how do we make the case for integration and show the interconnections across these different human security and educational challenges, as well as how do we better address these from an educational level in a more holistic perspective that really is sort of targeting multiple pathways towards solutions for things like climate change and beyond. There's also links to a question that was posted by one of our participants. Sorry, there's some background noise. Posted by one of our participants, Dr. Lucy Altala, who asks, do you think learning about climate change fosters action, or perhaps that the dystopian future it suggests creates a sense of powerlessness? For example, do you think sitting in classes that conceptualize the future crafting might be useful to move into a world youth wants? So this idea of dystopian futures and sort of the sense of powerlessness, how might we actually counteract that from an educational approach? Any thoughts on that? I think, Iveta, you might actually have some really good thoughts around the turn it around perspective and the work you're doing there.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll actually also circle back to your initial question and connect to this one, because I think from our perspective, the biggest barrier actually is the lack of space for the participation of children and youth in the decision making about their own futures, right? And frustration that comes with it, especially when it comes to the climate related issues, because they are very rarely at the table making the decisions, right? And just as an example, the really powerful UNESCO's Futures of Education report that was just published last year had a really excellent steering committee of experts who participated in guiding the development of the report, but that committee did not include any single youth representative, right? Instead, the committee decided to do a round of very wide consultations with youth. But as also Antonio Guterres actually very clearly said at the UN Transforming Education Summit in September, consultation is not enough, right? We cannot simply consult anymore and then not do anything about it, right? Not do anything with the visions and ideas that children and youth bring to the table. So from our perspective, how can we make the space for children and youth to participate in meaningful ways, and not only to view them as very passive consultants, right, who can provide some kind of information or inform some kind of decision, but then are left out from very, very vital decisions that are part of their lives, right? In fact, many people, young people actually talk about the lack of action, lack of their participation and the lack of action on behalf of policymakers. They really see it as a death sentence, right? It's that that's a type of radical language that they use. And so the biggest barrier, I think, actually is maybe not more education, not more opportunities to do something, but it's actually opening the space and helping policymakers, teachers, educators understand how we can work on the climate issues together and not separate different groups of people, right? How can we mobilize forces and begin making some of these decisions together, and also be responsible for this decision making together, rather than handing over responsibility to future generations.
Such an important point, Iveta. The meaningful engagement is sort of how I frame that a lot in terms of youth as well as other marginalized voices. But that meaning making is so key here. And too often it's sort of this tokenism or participatory models that are very much about exploiting and almost like holding up as like trophies, rather than actually engaging them and allowing them as a youth to be like the leaders in that forefront, and not be sort of the passive recipients of that, or sort of the ones that can be celebrated and highlighted when it's appropriate, but not necessarily fully engaged in the instrumental decision-making processes. So you bring into the mix here some highlights of different questions around how we link the work of intervention and actually create space for youth to fit into those intervention points as leaders and pathways that can actually open the door to that. And I'd like to raise into the mix here a little bit about sort of some of the educational transformation perspectives that you alluded to with the UNESCO's report on reimagining our futures together, a new social contract, as well as the subsequent report, Beyond Limits, New Ways to Reinvent Higher Education. And in that latter report, they point to different principles that are at the core of this educational transformation mission. And those include things like inclusion, equity, participation of all stakeholders, critical thinking, creativity, sustainability, social responsibility, and values. So I'd like to ask our speakers to really think through how those principles, keeping those in mind, what are some of those integral intervention points that can have the transformational potential in educational systems, both formal and informal. So we're thinking about learning across the lifespan here as well, and how like the learning ideologies as well as practices can really spark education as protectors and catalysts for human environmental flourishing. So what are some of those things, particularly from the youth perspective? And Marwa, you also started to talk about some of those things in the chat in response to another question, which I'm hoping to get to as well. But I'd love to hear more reflection on that, particularly from the youth perspective, how we can better integrate them as interveners and agents of change. Again, that question of agency is so key here. So any thoughts on that?
No, thank you for that, Juliana. And thank you, Dr. Elena, for the question as well. I'll try to integrate both. I mean, I think what you were saying, Iveta and Juliana, what you continued on in terms of meaningful engagement, I think I love the term meaningful engagement. A lot of times in positive youth development, it's, refraining from tokenism, but I like the positive side of looking at that, which is meaningful engagement, which is the terminology that you utilize. I think, and that is what youth want. I mean, when we were doing the UNESCO report, a big part of different, whether it was from the regional survey, whether it was focus group discussions, whether it was in-depth interviews we were having with them, the constant theme in every single discussion that I was told was, we want to be meaningfully engaged. We don't just want to sit around a table where our name is listed on a nice list and that's it, and we're not engaged in any way. They really want to feel ownership. I think the one area, and where I always want to come back in a dose of reality, not to be pessimistic, but really because I think reality is what we need to discuss in order sometimes to be able to see what are those barriers that we need to get to. There can be all sorts of wonderful programs for meaningful engagement. There can be all sorts of, wonderful UN initiatives, international organization initiatives, local initiatives that do this. The issue is that there are systematic realities on the ground, for example, where in some countries, civil society is limited, where in some country, there isn't necessarily a prioritization of climate change or other sort of things, where education systems are stalled, for example, and that there needs to be a complete uplifting, a renaissance of sorts, for these education systems to revitalize themselves in order to be able to get to the crux of some of these issues. And so I think where the challenge is that youth want this ownership, they want to be able to engage, they want to be able to take on this responsibility, but there's also realities and barriers that they're faced with that they also want to see that need to be overcome essentially at the same time. And so to your question, Dr. Elena, there are lots of initiatives, cross-regional initiatives, UN initiatives, global regional initiatives that bring in youth to transfer of knowledge, learning from different experiences, coming together to find solutions. And these are wonderful and they're a good start and they should continue. But what time and again, what they said is, and I heard this earlier in our conversation, is that they want localized knowledge. They want localized ability and local response, and they want the local authorities to be able to say, we hear you, and we're going to listen to you, and we're going to do reforms in our societies to be able to make these changes for you. So this is where the rubber meets the, where it gets a little bit tense, because we want to be able to respond, but how is it when the macro is impacting what needs to be done on the day-to-day? And I think that's the million-dollar question, but it doesn't mean that we don't go forward and continue with these efforts. I think we just always try to see, because otherwise it could be harmful if we don't address realities, if we don't look at barriers and we try to keep pushing, but we're not understanding the realities on the ground. That's when a harmful approach can happen. So it's always trying to minimize that, address their needs, and at the same time, understand the realities at the same time.
you're highlighting something really key here, Mara, which we need to be doing both simultaneously, the very individual communal intervention points and transformations, as well as this deep systemic levels that you can't ignore, but you have to acknowledge as you're trying to address and intervene at different levels in society. Otherwise, you're going to come up against the wall at a certain point, and you're going to become disillusioned by the fact that you can't move forward, or that you're not having the lasting impact that you envisioned. And that can become really demoralizing, especially for young change agents who basically are being promised these opportunities, and then it's almost like the rug's pulled out from under them at a certain point, right? And because the reality sets in that, oh, sorry, this is not actually going to become a policy opportunity. We're not going to make these changes locally or whatever. Like, there could be countless reasons, but thanks for highlighting that. Any other thoughts on that question about intervention points? Where do we begin? What are some of the key strategies that you have already started utilizing in your work?
I'd like to maybe really quickly to follow up on Mauer's intervention, because it's really, really powerful, but also to highlight that it brings so many tensions, to the surface, right? And one of them, so on the one hand, yes, we need to address basic education needs first, right? And make sure that, access to basic education, higher education is available to everybody. But at the same time, I think youth are also really aware that the same type of education that we have been providing to the population for the last 2 decades have not really been successful, right? It actually may have even further put us into the climate crisis context, right? And David Orr has, I think, a couple of decades ago already said that more of the same type of education will really not help solve our problems, right? So how do we at once open access to education and address the basic needs, but at the same time transform radically the system, right? And it's so difficult to do, and almost may seem as an impossible thing to do, but I think it is possible to do, maybe even from multiple angles, but even in very small actions, right? Whether it's at the classroom level or community level or other levels. But in our report, so the youth actually highlighted several different turns that we can make, and that's why we called the report Turn It Around. One of the reasons, one of them was this intergenerational turn, which I already mentioned before too, where the knowledge is not seen as hierarchical and passed down from adults to children, but maybe co-produced by multiple generations, and maybe not only humans, but also more than humans. They talked about the pedagogical turn that would move us away from this relying on individualism and independence or child-centeredness, and more towards the interdependence and interconnectedness of everyone and everything on as part of the Earth ecological community. And they also talked a lot about the decolonial turn that cuts across the different established hierarchies of knowledge, right? And perhaps decenters the Western knowledge and makes some space for indigenous knowledges, non-Western philosophies, eco-activist, eco-feminist knowledges that give us maybe more conceptual tools to think with and make a change.
Thank you, Stephen. I saw your hands up, but I just wanted to note to Iveta that those turns are fantastic and really great starting points. I'd love to circle back to some of these discussions as well as we wrap up. But Stephen, I want to give you a chance to talk about.
Yeah, Iveta said a couple of the things that I was interested in going that direction. I had a second thing that I didn't think there'd be time for, but so it's not to repeat some of the topics that Iveta just took up. I'm going to go to the thing I was going to speak about second, which was essentially a response to one of the questions that or observations that Lucia Talla put in the chat window about thinking about conceptions of human relations with the environment and the sense of separation that might encourage doing damage to the world. And I think that it may be useful to think both in an educational perspective, but also in a human security perspective about planetary security. In this sort of more holistic sense. And I'd like to suggest that, planetary security is always human security, while being much more than human security. But human security is not necessarily always or entirely planetary security. And I think that this seems to be what Lucy's comment was sort of driving at. And I think that also it dovetails with the turning to other kind of non-Western, sort of sacralized Western knowledge systems, academic knowledge systems that we maybe could be learning more from. So we think about the principle of intergenerational knowledge as being not just about older people learning from young people, but generations across generations co-producing together. I think we really need to be doing more of that as well with our sisters and brothers from traditional communities who have tremendous wisdom and knowledge that is just not being heard enough in the sort of mainstream. So those are just some thoughts I had that were sparked by Lucy's question.
Thanks, Stephen. And as we're coming to the end of our time, hopefully we can go over a little bit, but I'd love to pose one more major question, which is, what's one commitment to action that each of you are willing or able to make in addressing some of these challenges? We talked a lot about the barriers, but I'd love to hear sort of what are some pathways forward from your perspectives. Marwa, I see you.
Yes, no, I actually just wanted to comment on Stephen's comment to Lucy's comment, which is I really appreciate that comment, that yes, a lot of time it's Western, Western ideas, Western research that really takes a predominant, and a lot of the research that is coming out in this field is, of course, it is coming out from the West, but the amount of learning that's also coming out, for example, in the Arab region and other parts of the world, there's a plethora. The thing is that it's not always exposed. There's not, because the R&D sector is not as flourishing here, you're not seeing the articles. The world isn't seeing the articles. They're not seeing what's being published. They're not necessarily seeing the research that's happening, whether it's here, whether it's other parts of the world, but it is happening, and there is an engagement with these issues that's happening, and there's so much learning that could happen at the same time. And so I just appreciate that comment, because I think that was also a frustration that was shared from the youth, is that we are producing, we are generating, but it's not necessarily always being heard. We're not always necessarily having the platform in order to be able to share what it is that we're doing. And I'm sure that's not only something in this region, but also in many parts of the world as well, where they feel that there's a misrepresentation and that they could be represented even more in their work. So thanks for that comment.
Wonderful. Do you have any thoughts on how to better leverage that knowledge collation, if you will, be able to pull those knowledge to the forefront and create space for that in some more accessible ways?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's really it's support, it's word of mouth. There's efforts in the region, for example, that are creating coalitions, cross collaborations, whether it's between different countries, different subregions of the region, different global initiatives as well. I think more and more as young people are engaging in different regional and global activities as well, this is really giving a platform. And also, as there's so many online platforms for them to be sharing their work, they're also seeing it as a place. So social media for a lot of these young people actually is a knowledge source, it's a knowledge creator, and it's a knowledge disseminator all at the same time. And they're really seeing this space as being able to do that. And I think more and more as young people take on become engaged in youth climate action. And I respect, Telmo's point that, not everybody is going to want to do this. Not necessarily everyone is going to take on this responsibility but those who do want to take this on, for those who do believe that this is an area of work they want in, there's a lot of different initiatives that are there. And I think really awareness, spreading knowledge, spreading word of mouth, people creating networks with one another, coalitions with one another, whether across sectors, is really going to really help in having a lot of that work come to fruition and have more exposure as well.
Thank you. How about from Telmo and Avetta? Would you like to share any commitments to action that you're willing or able to take?
Can maybe I pick up on and compliment on what Marwa was telling, and I think it's one thing that was occurring to me is that it's a bit important not to look at knowledge just as a cold hard fact information in a way, but also in an empathic way. Like Iveta was saying a while ago, we are doing this action together, all of us together, right? So when we are looking at what we perceive as knowledge regarding climate action, if we pick up, for example, on the localization of the SDGs, for example, it is just as simple as looking at each person reality, like Myra was saying, for example, and understanding that we have to start from that basis, right? We are looking at your reality, sorry, and figuring out what is important to your life, to your security, that we start doing, you know. And also as global citizens, when we start talking about our own action, right? We start on our reality, but we know that our actions have consequences on the other side of the planet. And when we were talking a while ago on if this frightens young people to act or not, I think it's also a motivator, you know, when we tell them and all of us together realize that the actions that we do here have an impact on the other side of the world. I think they are motivated to take part on this discussion and on this global action. So I think the idea that I would leave here is that really the importance of trying to bring a bit of empathy and the human side of climate action, because like Stephen was saying, there is the harm that we are doing to the planet, but that can also signify harm done to people living on this planet. And I think if we really can share this message with young people, and not only young people, obviously, I think it's much easier for people to understand the seriousness of this issue and the urgency that there is to start acting.
Thank you, Telmo. How about you, Iveta? And then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, I think one thing that we can do is continue to dialogue with all of our colleagues at multiple generations about the really critical emergencies that we are all facing, right? And I think it is in our power to really spark these dialogues that may also push people into action, right? To motivate them to move into action. And we continue to do it through this Turn It Around project, which is a really interesting and helpful tool that can be used with multiple groups to initiate conversations about the role of education in the climate crisis and planetary security. And but there are many, many ways to do it, right? So this is just one of the tools. I also wanted to share this call to action that we have created a couple of years ago to share with educators, again, to think what as educators in our own context we could do to support students, work together with students for this common cause. And I think it's if nothing else, it's really the coming together and amplifying the synergies that we all have to make this radical change that we need to before it's too late.
Thank you, Iveta. And if I could quickly summarize, just as a way of showing the wealth of knowledge and commitments here. We have the idea of strengthening co-creation of and access to culturally appropriate, context-specific climate and human ecological security knowledges, prioritizing engagement, experiential or applied knowledge and learning across geographies, cultures, and generations, bringing in empathy and the human side of climate action into different learning domains, continuing to dialogue with our colleagues as international learning stewards to motivate action. And I would just like to add to celebrate our collective capacities for being able and willing to commit to intervening in these really challenging, complex spaces. So I'll turn it over to you, Stephen, and thank everybody, both participants and panelists, for a wonderful session today.
Thanks very much. And I want to thank everyone as well, and really just thank all of the panelists and the other people who have joined us today for this discussion. It was really an excellent opportunity to be able to have this discussion, and I look forward to continuing it in other Bridges, WAS, and Turn It Around, and ASU, and People and Planet, and UNESCO collaborations. And since this is co-sponsored really by Turn It Around too, Veta, would you like to say anything before we wrap up?
No, just wanted to thank everybody for joining us and for all of the amazing panelists and such a great audience and their really thoughtful questions. So thank you, everybody. Let's turn it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Goodbye.
you all. Take
And thanks
care.
to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Hi to everyone. We are waiting for some of the panelists of our panel. So now Sonia is here and let me see, Milos is with us and who else? Let me see. Hi, Mariana. Mariana is
Hello.
with us.
Good
Hi,
to see you again.
Same. It's so good to see you.
After Dubrovnik, yeah,
Yes,
4 years
we
later.
we gave a long break because of this pandemic. Hopefully we will meet again very soon. Natalia is here, no? We are waiting, I think, for Natalia and Philo. We have two missing panelists, so hopefully we have 2 more minutes. It will start at 5 Central European time, so still we have time. Let's wait a little bit more and then we will start, okay? If you don't mind.
Surely.
Thank you. Okay, now good. Natalia is with us. And hopefully Hi, Natalia. It's good to see you.
I'm glad to see you. Thank you for this great honor to be with you here. Thank you.
It's our pleasure. It's our happiness. I think just we are waiting for the participation of Philo. Philo is not here, right? No, I couldn't see. Yes. Still, we have 1 more minute. Okay. I'm sure Philo will join us as well. Okay, now it's better to start because we have totally 50 minutes and 5 panelists. So we need to use our time very effectively, efficiently. Dear all, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of World Academy of Art and Science. And who am I? Elif Çepni. I am the Dean of Business School in Karabük University and also UNESCO Chair Holder on Anticipation Studies, Features Literacy and Strategic Foresight. And also it's a great pleasure, happiness, honor for me to be the Fellow of World Academy of Art and Science. Dear colleagues, dear friends, I am planning to give 7 minutes to each of our panelists, and then we can have 3 more extra minutes to answer Q&A, questions and answer part. We need to put some time to this part as well. So our question that we need to discuss, as you all know, how can a new paradigm in global education be a powerful catalyst and lever for achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and human security for all? As you all know, in our traditional education, we use Newtonian paradigm, which means that value, neutrality, certainty, stability. So this is the accepted worldview in education. So predictability, which we need very much. But in the 21st century, we need some new skills, 21st century skills related with sustainable development goals. So how, because we live in networks in a very complex environment, and our problems are very interconnected and interrelated. So how we can equip our students with the skills of the 21st century. Some of them are creativity, self-direction, ICT literacy, health and well-being literacy, environmental literacy. There are a lot. You are going to talk on this, I'm sure. And without losing time, let's start discussing about this issue, how we can add some new things to our common traditional education system. Okay, let's start with, Philo, are you here with us?
Yes. Yes, I'm
okay.
Here.
Okay, so perhaps we can, if you don't mind, we can start with you if it is okay. If you are not ready, we can go to the next speaker. Okay, Philo is here with us.
Yes.
I would like to ask you kindly first to introduce yourself shortly, and then the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, my apologies for the delay in joining. I'm Philo Magdalene, youth mentor at the POP movement. It is a youth. It is indeed an honor for me to share this space, an important space with such eminent panelists. And I'd like to thank the World Academy of Art and Science and Dr. Ash Pachauri for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Ash Pachauri is the founder and senior mentor of the POP Protect Our Planet movement, an NGO based in the US. And since he's traveling, I'm in his place as a panelist today. I would just like to take a minute and I'll begin. Yes. I believe this session, what we're trying to envision today through this session is a new paradigm in global education that can thrust us towards the UN SDGs and human security. I am no educator or an academic or a policy expert to comment on education at a global or systemic level. But what I can try to do is share some insights on education and youth leadership that we learned through our work at the POP movement. Like I said, I'm a youth mentor at the POP movement, where POP stands for Protect Our Planet. POP is a not-for-profit, youth-centric organization which was founded on Earth Day in 2016 by Dr. Rajendra Kumar Pachauri, who was the former chairman of the IPCC and who also won the Nobel Peace Prize. He believes that youth are the single most important stakeholders who can powerfully work to protect our planet. And he believes strongly in the aspect of knowledge which comes to education. When I first joined POP movement in early 2019, looking at Dr. Pachauri and his team work to build POP movement, I realized that leadership is not a power to behold, but a responsibility that each one of us carry, whether we are conscious of it or not, whether we own up to it or not. And this kind of leadership that puts us in the driving seat to push for SDGs and human security only comes from a well-grounded and holistic education that makes us personally, socially, environmentally, and politically aware. And the youth in particular, with the 1.8 billion of us between the ages 10 and 24, with the right motivation, exposure, and knowledge, all of which only comes through education, this group can have the greatest influence to effect change through their leadership of every day. The POP movement strives for such a kind of movement with primary focus on youth leading multi-sectoral action that is inspired by knowledge through education. It particularly aims at initiating youth-led community efforts to address environmental issues through implementing innovative solutions, adopting sustainable lifestyles, implementing local education programs in schools and college communities. When I was a kid, my friends and I were told that we can either be a doctor or an engineer. It seemed like whatever we studied was aimed to reach that career pinnacle. And aspects like social ethics and leadership were merely ornamental byproducts of that education. That wasn't a big deal. But at the POP movement, I found that leadership can be so much more. Through many examples of youth, I found that to address the environmental crisis, we need leadership in many forms. We need leadership in the form of lifestyle and behavioral changes, low carbon consumer choices. We need leadership at the local and community level with focus on education, community mobilization, and advocacy. We need leadership at the institutional level with colleges, universities, and schools being models for climate action and sustainability. We need a leadership that informs and supports climate science research and climate education. We need also leadership that openly and vigorously calls for immediate action, drives ambition, and ensures that climate commitments are being acted upon and realized. We need leadership that actively participates in the decision-making at the local, regional, and global levels. I think that at the end of the day, we need, especially in the context of human security, minimizing the risks around us, we need much of everything. We need youth activists just as much as we need youth ecopreneurs. We need community leaders just as much as we need youth in policymaking. And only a well-grounded and comprehensive education that is contextual and tailored to the needs of a geography and the community, only that can help us achieve that. There are many examples of youth from the POP movement that I can share to showcase this, but I don't think we have the time for that. But one thing that we have clearly observed through all of these examples is that when given adequate support and motivation, which only comes through education, like I said, young people unhesitatingly take the lead, drive innovation and ground level action. With the right kind of education, their unmatched potential and drive can break inertia of any kind when it comes to driving progress. While I have no insights on what a new paradigm in global education can contain, I believe that when we are envisioning something like that, we should definitely consider something like, in what ways can youth leadership emerge and be promoted through education? What are the spheres where youth can be empowered to contribute in? What kind of mentorship and support do youth require from different stakeholders in society? A kind of mentorship that they can, exposure that they can receive even from the initial stages of their schooling, from different stakeholders such as politicians, researchers, policymakers, business leaders, and other members, including journalists and civil society. We should also consider in what ways youth can be equipped to incorporate UN SDGs and concepts of human security into the career that they choose, and also that they be equipped to overcome the challenges and impediments they face in their efforts, regardless of whatever career they choose. All of these questions become relevant as we go, and I feel like this is just a starting point, and we have so many examples already around us that can help us. So we don't have to start from scratch, but build on existing many examples. So I'd like to end with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Philo. Your contributions are really so important. You said that we all trust young generation very much, and this sustainability is to improve the quality of future generations' life, not to be selfish, because if we deplete all our resources today, our previous generations left us lots of resources. So it's our responsibility to leave at least similar amount of resources to the next generations. And that's why today's teenagers, today's youth, this is so important for us. Okay, quickly, I would like to pass to the second speaker of our panel. Sonia, are you ready for your speech? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please very quickly introduce yourself. Sonia is from Sasa Seton organization, I think very interesting one, philanthropic organization. Please introduce yourself and then let's listen your ideas.
Great. Thank you so much, Elif, for the introduction, and to Philo for your words on youth empowerment. I really appreciate this opportunity and thank the World Academy of Arts and Science. My name is, as you said, Sonia Gomez de Mesquita, Deputy Chair of Sasa Seton. So who we are? Our philanthropic, educational, and social organization develops educational programs for hospitalized children in Israel to ensure hospitalization doesn't stand in the way of education. In over 13 years, Sasa Seton has provided educational solutions to nearly 2 million hospitalized children from all parts of Israeli society in every hospital in the state of Israel. We operate in collaboration with the Israeli Ministry of Education under the National Free Education for Sick Children law, the only law of its kind in the world, to our knowledge. The Free Education for Sick Children law ensures that every child in Israel receives free education and learning continuity, even if hospitalized. Therefore, every one of Israel's 41 hospitals has a school with a principal and teachers, a full team staff member. We operate in all the 41 hospital schools all over the state of Israel, in 25 general hospital schools called the afternoon school. We extend the school day after the school day after 12 o'clock. In 8 psychiatric hospitals called the School of Life, we offer year-round educationally and emotionally enriching programs. And in 8 palliative care hospitals called the School of Light, we offer programs for children in rehabilitative and complex nursing hospitals. In all these hospitals, schools, Sasa Seton's ability to build human and community security and resilience comes to light. At Sasa Seton, we see it as our universal duty to promote personal security, especially among children. By creating tailored pedagogical programs, we ensure hospitalization doesn't come at the expense of education. Sasa Seton also uses hospital schools to promote inclusive dialogue among members of Israeli society, regardless of their religious, ethnic, or socioeconomic background. We take a holistic approach, serving everyone involved in educating the hospitalized child, the children, their families, the educational and the medical staff. I'm sure that at least some of you are familiar with the experience of hospitalized child, the uncertainty, the disruption of routine, and the disconnect from the community and the daily environment negatively affect the child's well-being. Furthermore, many studies prove that mental resilience plays a significant role in successful recovery from physical trauma. Therefore, our programming is much more than catching up on schoolwork. Children need a positive distraction, and sense of normalcy, a moment to relax, laugh, and be in safe and happy and healing environment. The hospital education offered by Sasa Seton has this design principle in mind to ensure enjoyable learning while mitigating educational gaps during hospitalization. Our mission is to ensure that when these kids return home, it is a seamless transition in every aspect: emotional, social, educational, and familial. Sasa Seton does this in 6 ways. Very short. First, developing innovative learning spaces in hospitals with state-of-the-art technology suitable for hospitalized children. Innovative learning spaces are created in a bottom-up process. For example, our learning spaces have medical simulators to help kids prepare for their procedures. In eating disorder wards, we created an open art studio, and much more examples. Second, tailoring individualized education programs to each child according to their hospitalization type, whether it's psychiatric, whether it's general hospitalization, and whether it's palliative care. Much of the curriculum is fun. It is delivered in bite sizes and includes lessons in 3D printing, animation, scientific experiments, robotics, brain teaser, juggling, music, art, and much more. Third, at Sasa Seton, we approach hospital schools as a microcosm of Israeli society. Therefore, diversity is celebrated, and our education is designed to create bridges. We currently offer our programming in Hebrew, in Arabic, and now in Ukrainian, and are in the process of adding English very, very soon. Fourth, throughout the year, we enrich our academic staff in hospital schools through training in innovative learning tools and materials. For example, we offer them language training, 3D printing, and much more. Fifth, we maintain regular contact with the child's origin school and homeroom class to ensure they are up to date with the curriculum of their peers. Finally, Sasa has extended its reach internationally for the first time during the war in Ukraine. We have flown academic staff and led educational programming to ensure Ukrainian children can continue their educational and social routine as much as possible. In Odessa's largest children's hospital, we built an innovative learning environment like the ones in Israeli hospitals. To close my remarks, the educational system Sasa Seton leads in hospital schools profoundly impacts hospitalized children and teens. Their experience will shape their immediate environment and create ripple effects on the broader society. Developing the resilience of hospitalized children is a recipe for creating long-term personal and community security. This is our duty as a socio-educational organization. In Israel, we are proud to have successfully enshrined the importance of giving an educational solution to every hospitalized child as a core component of their recovery process and resilience building. While Israel is unique for its free education for hospitalized children law, our experience in Odessa shows that Sasa Seton's model can be exported internationally. We are happy to collaborate with partners to protect the rights of hospitalized children globally. I am glad that Sasa Seton is part of this dialogue and look forward to learning about other unique educational activities worldwide aimed at building human security. I held my time. Thank you very much for the opportunity again.
You are very punctual. Thank you so much. Just on time. This is unbelievable, amazing activities of your organization. It can be taken as an example for many other countries and local communities as well. Hope what you are doing can be heard and can be seen by others. So because these are so important for, especially for not only for human security, for hospitalized children, even, I mean, how important it is. So congratulations. And let's now Milos from the University of Belgrade, if I might right. Milos, could you please very shortly introduce yourself, and then let's hear your beliefs, ideas, and explanations about our main topic. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. My name is Milos Ničić. I'm coming from University of Belgrade, from more specifically Faculty of Political Science, and even more specifically from the Center for Cultural Studies at the university, at the faculty actually, where we basically deal with academic research of what is understood as culture in terms of way of life. But without any further ado, I would also like to share my enthusiasm for being with you today. And I mean, it's really difficult to come after this fantastic expose of Sonia and their work that is of paramount importance. And I believe it really tops many other very important topics. But nevertheless, I will speak to you today about something that is really on top of my heart, and it might come as a surprise, but it is tourism. So what I'm going to do is start, and you will find out why I'm going to talk about tourism today.
Dear Milos, before you start, I would like to remind the participants of this panel, not to panelists, but to everyone, you can write your questions, if you have any, in the chat box, and even you can share your own ideas by sending messages to all of us. I would like to remind you that there is no question in our chat box, but you can feel free to put your questions there. Okay, Milos, thank you so much, and sorry for interruption.
No, thank you for this remark, and thanks to all the organizers for this wonderful event. So once again, dear colleagues, since we have rather limited time here, I will make this an activist presentation rather than an academic talk, something that I'm more used to doing regularly. So I'm here today to make my case that is rather simple and straightforward, and that might contribute significantly to enhancing the human security on a global scale in the future. I'm here to make a case for a shift in tourism education, a shift from considering and teaching about tourism as an economic phenomenon seen as an object of interest of management studies approach, towards a position where tourism is seen predominantly as a social and cultural phenomenon with immense powers to impact, for better or for worse, obviously, people's lives globally. A phenomenon that, in this century, requires humanities as much, if not more, as it requires economics and management. So why is that? Well, before you, I have some numbers and facts about tourism in 2019, the last proper year before the COVID shook the whole industry. We had 1.5 billion international tourist arrivals. We had $8.9 trillion contribution to the world's GDP. It is basically 10.3% of global GDP, affecting 330 million jobs globally, which means 1 in 10 jobs around the world is tourism related. And again, speaking in US dollars, $1.7 trillion worth of visitors exports, which meant also around $948 billion in capital investment. So we have really, really high numbers. But with what consequences? I'm going to name just a few. Gentrification, pollution, overconsumption, waste production, and climate change resulting from this highly accelerated state-of-the-art of the tourism industry today. In other words, something that is appearing in contemporary tourism studies as over-tourism, which is a term signifying a contemporary term, obviously, signifying the distortions of places, communities, and their mutual ties under the weight of tourism-related impacts. So where should the change come from? We are asking ourselves constantly. And here is my critical input especially for our panel. I believe that we need, the world needs a proper shift of narrative when it comes to tourism. So tourism, as we have seen, became one of the major world industries, and surely it requires managerial professions to make the best of it. But making the best of it in the 21st century lies outside the scope of tourism economics, return on investments, and endless expansion. It lies in the field of understanding tourism as a global social activity that should lead towards the strengthening of peace bonds between peoples and nations, thus directly minimizing multiple threats to human security, which some of them are obviously related to the land, to the atmosphere, and something that we call now the Anthropocene, so the human impact on the world, the physical world we live in. So a vocal proponent of such an approach is International Institute for Peace Through Tourism, an institution dedicated to fostering travel and tourism initiatives that contribute to international understanding, cooperation among nations, and improved quality of environment, cultural enhancement, and the preservation of heritage, poverty reduction, reconciliation, and healing wounds of conflicts. And through these initiatives, helping to bring about a peaceful and sustainable world. So, what shift does tourism education require in order to achieve this that we have just said? I believe it's a shift to humanities, a critical studies. What does this mean? These mentioned potentials can be achieved only when tourism is understood not solely as economic, but predominantly as social and cultural activity. Humanities, with its people-centered approach and critical dimension, can broaden up the understanding of the phenomenon that impacts us all, whether we participate in it or not, and the forces that shape it in the present, making sure that the forces shaping it in the future will be the ones that enhance human security, not impede it. So in other words, a shift from education for tourism towards travel as education. Travel as an open window into cultural, natural, spiritual, and other diversities of the world. Thank you very much.
Milos, thank you so much. Your contributions are really unbelievable. We never thought about tourism in this sense. You mentioned about over-tourism, distortions of touristic activities, but how we can change our behaviors to use tourism in a sustainable way for social cultural activities, and how we can shift, cause this paradigm shift through tourism education. So thank you so much. We enjoyed this very much. And our next panelist speaker is Natalia. You have lots of adjectives: composer, pianist, conductor, writer, artist. So from Müzikharabi, if my pronunciation is right, Project International, could you please shortly introduce yourself? And the floor is yours. We would like to hear your speech.
Thank you very much for this great honor to be a part of this significant conference organized by World Academy of Art and Science. I am happy to be with you, and I am a composer, yes, and head of the Guild of Young Art Creators. And since I work here, I can say that our educational activity is aimed at teaching as many people of different ages, especially an early age, as possible, to think creatively, largely and peacefully. And of course, we support them to realize their potential most fully, to open new horizons for them, and the ability to act united for the benefit of people and our entire planet. We organize interdisciplinary, multicultural educational projects, events related to the interaction of different types of art, and also develop new methods for the field of complete effective study and understanding of our multilateral world in its entire volume and depth. With like-minded people, we have achieved tangible positive results in this direction. For example, a cultural-oriented art way method for learning languages through music has established itself very well. This allows to reduce the terms of language learning to make the acquired knowledge more durable and at the same time get aesthetic, spiritual, and moral enlightenment. We are being involved all the time and increasingly include international cooperation in our activities. This primarily concerns our cooperation with the Musicary Project International and the International Alliance for Women in Music based in the United States. As part of these initiatives, we managed to implement many valuable educational and cultural projects that only strengthen the mutual understanding, solidarity, and consent in the minds of people, as well as human security as a whole. We adhere to firm convictions that the security and harmonious progress of humanity must be based on the raise of the significance of culture. It should be a new cultural and creative-oriented era. Culture is the main thing that makes us a true human being, homo culturalis, or a cultural person, which means spiritually elevated. Only he is able to build that perfect bright future to which we all aspire. Culture means cultivation, and it is based on a term used by the ancient Roman orator Marcus Tullius Cicero. He wrote of a cultivation of the soul, using an agricultural metaphor for the development of a philosophical soul, understood teleological as the highest possible ideal of human development. He also spoke about the culture of spirit and mind, which are equivalent to love of wisdom, that are the definition of philosophy. No wonder in ancient schools, along with the exact science and the humanities, rhetoric, music, painting, philosophy were obligatory. Without this, it is impossible to form an integrated and harmonious personality. The German philosopher and jurist Samuel Pufendorf postulates that culture refers to all the ways in which human beings overcome their original barbarism and through artifice become fully human. We are all and everything that surrounds us to infinity are united by one mind and constitute one whole together with the entire universe. And culture creates a cultural field that connects us, establishing our harmonious interaction with each other and with the outside world. Therefore, only an increase in the level of culture can stop the spiritual decline, discord in society. A cultural person will be honest both to the outside world and to himself. He will be reasonable, and his choice will be a rational consumption and responsibly restoration of all resources of the earth and caring about people. All this will help to make the world truly humanistic, in which the problems of violence will be solved by themselves. And this will save present and future generations from the threat and disaster of aggression and destruction. This is where culture leads, and this is the surest way and key to all the changes facing humanity today, I think. And if we underestimate or lose sight of the fundamental importance of culture, we will never fully achieve and realize the noblest goals, which are the 17th Sustainable Development Goals. And there is such a danger. In due time, Immanuel Kant, seeing the rapid development of civilization, already then alarmingly noted its separation from culture, which also goes forward, but much more slowly. According to him, it is this disproportion that is the cause of many of the troubles of mankind, since the cultural space is essentially and inextricably linked to social life. The modern educational program urgently needs cultural content and should include an in-depth study of ethics, aesthetics, world cultural traditions and heritage, examples of high classical and professional contemporary art, and the practical application of creative skills. And since art is the highest manifestation of culture, imbued with it, we will become the creators of the best version of ourselves, as well as the entire harmonious reality around us. Unlike the scientific method of cognition, which divides the world into separate parts for analytics, the artistic sphere follows the path of holistic and synthesized display by creating some complex models where the established accents of the position of good and evil are placed, that which contributes to the unification and understanding. Also, this is the atmosphere of high spirituality, beauty, and creativity that is native to the child's soul, in which he feels happy, feel protected and confident. Also, we noticed that the child becomes more developed intellectually and spiritually, more emotionally responsive, sincere, sensitive, inspired. His insight and intuition develop highly. We adults who have already embarked on our own path must help the child remain a miracle, feel him the guide of the world of beauty. Then the little man will open his heart, and it will never become callous even during period of measured challenges. He will be filled with noble and high ideas and will be able to create a happy life, not only for himself and his loved ones, but also make their contribution to improving the life of all mankind. It is especially important to give this main impulse from childhood, maintaining in child the pure divine light of his soul throughout his life. This is my main task and the responsibility to people to help this come true through all my activities and all creativity. Our even brighter future is in our children, who, thanks to our wisdom, will be able to imbibe our ideals, continue our important undertakings, and pass them on subsequently to their children, along with the prosperous world. Thank you very much for invaluable attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natalia. Personally, I really enjoyed your speech very much. You mentioned shortly, art is the common language, and to prevent barbarism, we need to use a united mind, and music, art, aesthetics, to understand world heritage. The planet belongs to all, and we can use creative to improve creative skills and to develop intellectual capacity of people. We need cultural education or art and music education. So I totally agree with you. And I would like to now turn to Mariana Todorova. Mariana actually is the former member of parliament of Bulgarian parliament and a futurist, and now is working on a project which is known Millennium Project, a very interesting, very important project. Mariana, the floor is yours. You can also add if you want to introduce yourself more. We are impatient to hear your speech.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I'm a futurist, researcher, author of books about artificial intelligence and future studies. I'm consultant. I was really member of parliament 6 years ago. I was advisor to the president of the Republic, and I'm part of Millennium Project, which is a global futuristic think tank. Many thanks to World Academy of Art and Sciences for inviting me to be part of the current discussion about rethinking education that might help to achieve SDGs. I really enjoyed all the previous speeches because they were different use cases showing us how we can improve our current condition. And my speech will be from a more global perspective because I'm futurist, and I will give another overview. And as a futurist, I will present visions of the education of the future, but this also obliges me to talk about the opportunities and the risks that it may contain. The future recently is taught primarily in a technological perspective. This mega trend of technology is so strong, it's almost omnipotent potential and omnipresent, and this almost turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy. And the same, of course, applies to education. We all witnesses the digitalization processes that were quite more accelerated with the COVID pandemic, and today it's a commonplace to talk about a digital classroom, which even grows into the concept of a digital station, that is a set of school technologies. Of course, artificial intelligence is also rapidly entering education and educational systems. It was recently reported that Amazon readers on the Kindle device can accumulate information about how the reader reacts to the reading through AI. For example, which passages a reader read quickly and which slowly, which arouses special interests because it has been reread many, many times. And the same is expected from educational platforms, which can now analyze emotion on the face, so to predict whether the content is understood and to adapt it to the intelligence level of each student who uses them. AI has led to the development of virtual tutors that help students to prepare for tests. There is an AI that helps children not to drop out of school because it can give them tons of tips how to tackle the learning content. Even foreign languages exams can be assisted to be learned quickly by AI, or AI is possible to teach now more complex mathematics and build an individual approach to the capabilities of each student. Students now use robot teachers, virtual teachers. They also can step into antiquity and develop strategic thinking if they use military strategies using gamified history lessons via virtual reality or immersive reality. Again, through VR, medical students can see and practice through simulation over 3,000 types of surgical operations. Lessons in history and geography, even physics and chemistry could be provided by different experience through gamification. Some of the participants in the previous discussions mentioned 3D printing, when students can program and print their own projects. And generally, we can say that through the new technologies, education can acquire new dimensions, be individualized, students can perceive new skills, and that might be one of the directions of achieving a new paradigm shift and to find ways to solve some of the SDGs issues. But we should also consider that these are just technological means, and the education is one of the ways to acquire among the most important human skills, which is critical thinking. And this critical thinking can now be reinforced, but also endangered by AI, for example. And we need to reassemble education in order to respond to all these challenges. And we have to pose a variety of questions and try to answer them. One of the most important questions we need to answer is, does all these processes lead to the irreversible dehumanization of education process, and especially in its socializing and inclusive part? And do technology lead to cognitive impatience and cognitive decline? Because everyone now talks about ChatGPT. It really already challenges the education system. And the smallest problem is that students are using it to cheat and the plagiarism. The fundamental problem is that it provides easy shortcuts, the so-called heuristics in cognitive sciences. And these are easy answers for every problem or issue. And ChatGPT can only give guidance and foundations, but not in-depth knowledge. And this can enhance even more cognitive impatience, which is due to the usage of social media, and result in cognitive decline if students or ordinary people start to lose their ability to analyze, to keep their researches in surveying depth, or to deny the critical thinking. And we have also to answer some additional questions. What kind of institution should the school and university be in the background of observed social, cultural, and economical changes, and what is the place of digital in this transformation? Because we could not focus digital only as the only way to go. And what would be the main focus of education? Socializing, because people are becoming more and more alienated. Therapeutic, because children and students now encounter mental problems such as tension and depression. Intellectual, because still students need to have a high level of knowledge in the new, increasingly competitive world. Or training, because, for example, children and students are accepted to be activists and to provide answers to different questions. And what or who will be the person like at the exit of school education, and how to redefine the concept of maturity, because children are now increasingly expected to be more mature at an early age. And how the relations between knowledge and skills continue to be reconfigured, and what is the place of the teacher or the university lecturer in that context. Because we need to consider that there is a danger of blurring the line between knowledge and entertainment in the view of the trend toward gamification or easy getting of knowledge. And we need to preserve the social nature of the learning process, because we could not undermine the digital means of personalized learning. And we should answer all these questions to enable us and the problems to find a balance between the new technology and the traditional approach, and to remain the system human-centric. Otherwise, it would be just self-purpose to go on digital by only digitalization, and to lose other important qualitative skills and abilities we have. And we could not be sure that the new paradigm could be only assisted by digital technologies. And that was my input for today's sessions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mariana. You raised very important questions that we need to find answers, and also we need to find consensus. Perhaps, yes, there must be a balance between the use of new technologies, but also the skills that make us human. So as you mentioned, the use of new technologies cause lots of loss of flexibility, alienation, and some problems, but still it depends on us. We can write the code of conduct, ethical rules of how to use technology, but as an academician teaching for more than 25 years at the universities, perhaps in the future our students will not need us. If you have an access to internet and you can know, you can speak English, you can learn whatever you want from the academicians of the Ivory Tower universities, perhaps. But instead of resisting change, we need to adapt ourselves to these changes. So technology, yes, we can use it in a right way or a wrong way. And the questions that you raised are so important. So preserving social aspect of our education and the balance between the extensive use of new technologies and traditional ways of teaching. Dear participants, I couldn't see any question in our chat box, but if you want to share some of your ideas, I would like to turn to our panelists, because still you can add, contribute, make some contributions. Milos raised a hand. All others, you can also share with us, because after listening all panelists, it could be better for you to add some extra points. Milos, please.
Thank you. I will be very, very brief. There have been a couple of things that sort of interconnect more or less in a general way our worries. And if I might put them towards something that's close to me, then that would be one, what makes us human, and we in a way identified creativity as something that is specifically human, which is debatable, but let's take it for this moment that it is human creativity. And then critical studies, or critical thinking, not studies, critical thinking as a tool for finding your way around the digital jungle, as we are now really living in a the most liberalized state of digital, and not only digital but technology in a way. So critical thinking, I believe, very soon is going to be translated into digital literacy. So if you cannot think critically, you are going to be lost within a month of spending your time in this digital jungle. So in this way, and also applying the critical thinking, I would really like to thank Natalia for bringing up culture as something that's rather important in our discussions today. But also I would like to direct the attention that this has been an age-old topic, and there have been many debates around the position of culture in what makes us human. And also, this is a very particular paradox in which culture as a notion is separating us from everything else on the planet. But so it's a unifying thing. But at the same time, culture is something that is separating us among ourselves as a notion of, which is a rather outdated view. So in these terms, I would be very, very careful to make, in a way, comparison between cultural participation and a reasonable application of creative skills. This is something that has maybe not stood the test of time in various social situations. What I would direct my attention to is the creativity in each particular social settings. So I would direct the focus, I would put the gravity on creativity, not culture per se. And I believe that what we have been talking about now is really bringing us back to something that is, again, critical thinking. And I would, I would suggest our colleagues or anyone interested to read a bit of philosophy. There's a lot of very good analytical knowledge in 20th century philosophy that we could apply to our problems in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Milos. Is there anyone else who would like to add some extra points? Yes, Mariana, please.
Just to add to and to agree with Milos that philosophy is a good way to start from. Before I became a futurist, I've graduated cultural studies and analytical philosophy. And it really helps me a lot to prepare my scenarios, forecasts, and trend tracking, because analytical philosophy is the broadest base for critical thinking and for analyzing different phenomena. And we should be more and more self-disciplined to keep us in the frame of critical thinking, and to be patient and to not to follow the shortcuts, but the long path towards knowledge, because otherwise we just will be biological algorithms and we will lose our sentience and consciousness.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Is there anyone else? Okay, we needed to finish at 5:50 Central European time, but the next session will start luckily at 18 CET. Dear colleagues, dear panelists, I really would like to thank all of you, especially to our panelists and people joined us today. And I would like to also celebrate International Women's Day of our women participators, but I also believe he for she support as well. Thank you so much, Milos. Thank you. And perhaps we need a new paradigm. Perhaps just instead of teaching predictability, we may start teaching unpredictability, because we are surrounded with unknowns, discontinuous events, how we can enjoy them. And instead of creating stress not to know the future, and we can together through art, through science, cybernetics, the combination of all disciplines, we can create wealthier, happier, healthier future generations. For sure, the basic line is human security for all. And I would like to thank to the organizers of this conference. I shared with you at the beginning of the panel that it's a great proud happiness for me to be the fellow of WAS. So I would like to thank them as well to appoint me as the panel moderator. It's a great pleasure to meet with all of you, and hope to see you in our next perhaps meetings and conferences. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, and bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
All the best to you all. Thank you very much.
The same. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.